All right, it's go time. Wow, how's it going, everybody? Welcome, 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 welcome. How you doing, Lotta, on YouTube land and in Twitch land? How you doing, Zetai? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Moss? How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Ars? How you doing, Steve? How you doing, Horror Loving? Hold on. Noise. How you doing, Matthew? Supremely nice. How you doing, Cersei? How you doing, Linguini? Yeah, it's time to knock on all of our helpers. Oh god, yeah, like we've been going long enough that legitimately the fear. What's that? Let's make a little shadow. What's that? Oh, it's the glue. Okay, if I move that. Oh no, it's not a shadow. It's a dude. Okay. Yeah, that fear is real. It will happen. It's going to happen. I live in constant fear. Also, how you doing, Forever Paranoid? How you doing? How you doing? Every day Hal does not paint a rat is a day he does not paint a rat. Big if true. I will say, I was being a little cheeky and went to the LGS today, and I ended up painting 4 hours over there. So today is a very paint heavy day. Though over there, what I was working on is, if you guys remember that project where I had the 15mm Marines, I got a lot of that done today. I basically need to do an enamel wash for a lot of them, and I need to finish the vehicles. But that project is almost fucking done, which is nice. Also, how you doing, Jay? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Supremely nice as well for you. But yeah, how's everybody? Oh shit, we mimic mode already. Damn. Ah, wait, that's wrong. Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. How's everybody's? Everybody got a good 4th of July. Hope everyone got Berg. Was not scared of fireworks. I had a Berg and it was pretty legit. Nothing crazy, but it was a place I've never been to before. So I was like, okay, I'm learning. Yeah, solid 8 hours of painting, indeed. Let's see, a knocked in paintbrush for each mini completed. The whole family. Oh damn! Fuck! Hold on. You know what I just did? Give me a quick sec. I realized I left my paint water in the kitchen. Hold on. All right, we're back. That was really quick. Barbie dressed up like chefs. A barbecue. No. Okay, more comment. No, I have specific paint vessels, so I will never accidentally drown myself. Also, today, you know, we're working more on the Rust Vultures because I want to get them done. I'm working on the speeder, which is here. There we go. The speeder. I don't have the dudes in it. I'm probably going to wait and do the dudes separate. I mean, their legs are attached, but I'm going to do everything else separate. But yeah, I had a pretty good, it was so, like ages ago. Oh god, I also need to clear off the shit on the screen. Hold on, there's so many. I did print some Quar. I will admit, I did print some Quar because I had some Quar kicking around. Oh, what the fuck did I just delete? That's alright. Oh, that's fine, actually. I did print some Quar, so that will be a thing. I don't know when. But I have like a couple dudes. Yeah, dude. I'm going Crusaders, so I got 2 Core Trench Raiders, and then a Crusader sort of lieutenant dude. There's like a Core Militia sub-variant where you can bring these little Crusaders as like a little spicy add-on, which I think is very, very neat. But yeah, what have I been up to? I've been doing a lot of filming. I did a lot of filming and building models for my second YouTube video, which has been a long time coming and will feature a model that a lot of you are going to remember, and it should be really fun. Oh fuck, I forgot to leave I still have the Bibliotheca Pleiades thing on top of me, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that bullshit. Oh god. So there was a long time ago, there was a basically, I think it was effectively a Kickstarted thing. If not, it was like a pre-order called the Grim and the Dark. And it was a basically like a Grim Dark Mini sort of Warhammer-ish You'll see. I don't want to spoil it just yet. You'll find out. Video about like interviewing a lot of people who are kind of in cool positions of the hobby I'm in, and sort of like, and it was the lead guy was the guy who played Napoleon Dynamite, and I was like, I've been putting off watching this thing for like maybe a solid year at this point. So I was like, I got an extra day off. I got some time. Let's make this real. I had to stop watching it like 10, 12 minutes in because John Napoleon Dynamite is one of the most insufferable motherfuckers I have ever seen in a documentary. He was awful, like absolutely terrible. Imagine, if you will, a man with a mullet talking shit about nerds for like 10 minutes. I'm just like, all right, buddy. All right. And like, cause like the premise of that, which I thought it was a bit more of organic. Like I saw this Warhammer thing and I was curious and I wanted to know more. And it was more like, hey, so my son likes all this nerd shit. Like my son likes this nerd shit. I don't know. He likes D&D Knights and shit, but maybe I want to play with him, but I don't know. And like a friend of his is like showing him really specific, like a special Grimdark kind of like Inc. 28 event. A Pirate. Okay, that one's all right. And then he shows up and he's just like the worst interviewee the whole time, where he's just like, so you're saying you dweebs get together and you play like little toy soldiers? And I cannot stress enough. Yeah, John Heder, man in a Hawaiian shirt with a mullet, and like, that's fine to a certain degree. And like I was like, whatever, maybe you know he's gonna come around, and maybe he does. And he was interviewing people who I've heard of, like the guys behind like Dragmon Turbo Lasers and stuff like that. And like I was like, okay, this is cool, this is neat. And he went to Sweden. Sweden or Finland. I think it might have been Finland. And just the way he acts was just like, oh, I can't. It's bad enough that you're just like a weird, uncharismatic like guy, but also like he's doing that like, oh, I'm an annoying American in a foreign country, and I just had to shut it down. So I watched two other things that I've been putting off instead to balance things out. One of them was like Guzo, the Thing Forsaken by God. Yeah, basically, yeah, imagine like a Tosh.0, Daniel Tosh kind of thing. But I would argue that like Daniel Tosh was even like more respectful to like the Star Wars kid and stuff, and like I kind of had like the setup thing where it's like, yeah, Tosh is going to be a little abrasive and kind of whatever. It was the 2000s, and I was just like, oh, and so I watched. If you guys remember when I played Anthology to Killer. How you doing, Casual Maker? I'm talking about how I was not a fan of the fucking John Hader Grimdark thing. That's how you doing, Shopkeeper. Yeah, it was real bad. So I watched two movies. Well, one of them was like a 45-minute short movie. It was called like Guzo, the Thing Forsaken by God. It was like a brief like throwaway joke in the Anthology to Killer, was just kind of mentioned, and that was kind of fun. It was just like a bunch of Japanese like girls of indeterminate, could be high school, probably college, go to a little bed and breakfast and just get murdered by a horrible flesh monster, and that's pretty legit. Tell me, watch bad movies. Hey, I watch movies on my own sometimes. Guzo, I don't know if I'd say it was bad. It was definitely a thing. I think I'm trying to get purity seals right now, and I thought that these guys both had more and less purity seals. And then I watched, if you guys have ever heard of the movie Tetsuo the Iron Man, there's two Tetsuo movies. There's three actually, but I saw the second one, Tetsuo the Body Hammer, and that was fucking rad. Like, I think people mostly talk about the very first one, Tetsuo the Iron Man, because it is a very unique movie. It's shot entirely in black and white. It's filled with a lot of screaming and like really gross biomechanical horror. It's got a plot and you can follow it, but it's like borderline nigh incomprehensible and kind of gives you a headache. And How you doing, Dashif? How you doing? I'm explaining that I watched Tetsuo the Body Hammer for 4th of July. Tetsuo 2 is a more traditional movie, and it's pretty legit. To date, 964 Pinocchio has the most screaming of anything I've ever seen, including like live concerts and whatnot. Nothing quite screams like that movie. It is a movie. I've never gotten more of a headache. I enjoyed it because it's just so densely weird. But like compared to every other thing that I recommend, I don't think I could recommend that in good faith because it is just nausea. The movie. Hey, it's how you doing? How you doing? Also, how you doing, Sam? How are the Vultures going? Pretty good. I'm like really like starting early today, so we're getting some like little dudes and whatnot. What color do I want his little? He's got like a little shrine thing. I think I'll do my usual tarnished metal. But no, the Tetsuo 2 is basically the premise of what's it called? Tetsuo 2 is it's a little Japanese family, kind of like mild-mannered businessman, wife and husband. It's not wife and husband. Mild-mannered businessman, wife and child. How you doing, Sergey? How you doing? Or Serge, how you doing? The child is kidnapped by these like mysterious men, and he's injected with this weird gun. And the gun makes him a horrible flesh monster. And also based on the trauma of his like kid being stolen and like wiggled in front of like buildings and stuff like that. And I don't want to spoil much more beyond that, but like Tetsuo 2 fucks. I still think Tetsuo 1, I don't know if I'd say 1 is better or worse. They're both very different experiences. Hey, let's go. I do need to get Athon Sean one of these days. I do gotta get them. Being corrugated tin, but they good. Yeah, they listen. They're allowed to have a crunchy little treat. They've deserved it. They deserve it. But yeah, what's I've been up to? I tried to learn Godot, and well, okay, that's not true. There is a tutorial on YouTube for how to do like a first-person dungeon crawler, and I was following it, and it was neat because it was kind of working. It was basically a guy. It's like I know very little about Blender. But I was like, okay, this guy's talking about it, and he was like so advanced in Blender that he just knows the hotkeys and will not explain what the hotkeys do. But through enough trial and error, I could follow along, and I started to make like my own little 3D dungeon thing. I got all the tiles and whatnot. And then when the actual and he's like, oh yeah, and then just start up a game like this and explain nothing. He's like, yeah, I just made like a little game setup, no biggie. And I was like, motherfucker, so I dropped that. I spent a lot of time. They really are, because like the thing is, I understand why people get like. Have you ever heard of like somebody who's really into Blender get upset when like the hotkeys are changed? And I get it, because hotkeys, if you know what you're doing, do so much very specific things. I'll get back into it at some point. Don't worry, I haven't fully sank yet. But yeah, I was having issues like with moving stuff too, where it was like what's it called? Like, I had 3 objects, and I couldn't move 2 of them anymore. And I don't know why. I couldn't select them, I couldn't move them, I don't remember hitting specific keys to do that. It was just all very strange. But I'm not giving up, because like I said, what I want to have an opening sequence of like a cool little like MS like older Windows screensaver, but a dungeon. Because I think that would be like the most legit shit. Tried using hotkeys, they kept dropping them, so I couldn't get my car. I gotta give you that one. I have to groan on that one, even though I did get a sensible chuckle out of it. Yeah. Basically, he's like, all right, so you take this, and then you do like I can understand using like the number keys to switch between the vertices. That makes sense. But he's like, yeah, just go here and type in GX1 and GX negative 0.5. And I was like, I don't even know what GX does. I know it makes the thing I want. So from context clues, I can kind of infer things, but fuck. So yeah, it's, what I felt like was going to be a lighter project is going to be a bit heavier of a project, but I haven't given up yet because I still think the project is worthwhile. I still think it would create a neat little thing for the stream. So I'm gonna keep trugging on that. Yeah, I'm so many times in Blender, I was like, okay, so I just need to like, you know, drag and move shit, you know, like you do in every other program. And it's like, nah, eat shit. Eat shit. Wait, what's SBR September? Oh, Steel Ball Run. Okay. I'm very far behind in JoJo, so I would need to catch up. I have not watched part 4. I started watching part 4 and I just didn't. So if I want to do any JoJo stuff, I would need to start back from there. Also, I forgot to get his little crotch seals. So yeah, I'll get back on that rodeo, but that was a lot of like the last 2 days. But like I said, I got to work on the thing that I've been filming for a YouTube video, which has been a pretty nice project, and that makes sense. That makes sense. So I think realistically what I need to do is I think there's a couple of other tutorials that are like, follow this, and this is going to be like, that was like a half an hour go fast tutorial. I found a couple of others that are like, this is like 4 hours, but I'm like, okay, that's at least means they're probably going to slow down enough. And a lot of that is probably give you like build enemy AI. And I don't need that for my project. I could probably skip ahead, so that's interesting. I mean, it does give you respect for people who are just like making beautiful 3D models for like VTubers and stuff. Just out of the just doing it real. It gives me like, not that I didn't respect these people, mind you, but it's like, damn, even more respect, significantly more respect. Like I know there was like I guess there was like a bunch of I have not paid attention to Anime Expo really at all, other than like other people saying stuff. I like anime, but I've been very out of the loop of like, this is newer anime bullshit. Not the new anime is like necessarily bad or bullshit. I've just kind of like, you know, fallen out of the hobby, just sort of because I'm busy with infinite other things. But yeah, I did see that there's like I know there's like big VTuber concerts, which I think were separate from AX. I think, I don't know. I'm not fully certain if that was like a feature of AX or if that was just like a thing that happened on the same day. Because I know there's like an indie one, and then there's like a big HoloLive kind of one. I was like, damn, those. Sometimes I just forget that like the outfits that go into those take like a lot of fucking work. Like, damn. Because I'm busy working on these guys. Yeah, let me take a sip too. So yeah, like I said, I'll be back. I want to do, because like I'm torn, because like if when the new model comes, I do want to sort of do like a big, like full redo on a bunch of things. Oh yeah, I should mention the context. So basically, like, you know those like old style like Windows screensavers where it's like a map, like a maze, and you just kind of automatically go through the maze and bounce around and stuff like that. I thought it'd be cool to have one of those, but for like my streams. So like during maybe like the intro or like the BRB and stuff like that, it would just be one of those, but kind of more like low poly, kind of like dungeon crawl style. And you know how, like, when I put shit like Marie Kondo on screen, I would want, like, every now and then, it would dead end into, like, a little corner and have, like, Marie Kondo, but, like, with Vermis rendering on it. Also, how you doing, Marathon Gaming? Welcome. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the workshop. How you doing? I am working on my Armageddon lads some more, because I would like for them to be done. And these are just 5. I have 5 more to go. Marie Kondo, you know what? I could find out. I could probably find that out, actually. Let me, I could, let's see. Properties. I need to check my files for that. Marie Kondo. Oh yeah, this is a custom chapter. 9/7/25. So honestly, almost a year. I've almost left Marie Kondo up there almost an entire goddamn year. It's very stupid, but I kind of enjoy that. Yeah, oh yeah, this is This is a custom chapter. They're called the Rust Vultures. They were made with kind of like doing like a big voting stream and some stuff like a while ago. Yeah, throw a birthday party. I got it. This, the birthday party just for Marie Kondo with gun.png. But yeah, they're basically like space marines that sort of fight like sort of like Solid Snake, where they get deployed onto a battlefield with minimal gear and they acquire it all on site. So they basically use a lot of like orc stuff. They'll use Xenos weapons. They don't like using chaos weapons. Not that they're not good with them. It's just that they're actually so. I like to imagine that they're so adaptable and so like really big on like mastery and skill that they're really, really easy to fall to chaos tainted weapons. Like if you give one of these guys like a fucking demon weapon, he's a fucking goner. He's just an absolute fucking goner. He's like you know people who do that whole like, nah, I'd win, I'm built different. That's what they do. I could. I want to use like, so I want to do Aethon. So it was funny. I was explaining these to a friend of mine. He's like, oh, they feel like White Scars or Raven Guard descendants. And I was like, yeah, I mean, that basically tracks sort of roughly what I had in mind too, which is kind of funny. I'm going with the idea that they purposely forgot their Primarch so they weren't like beholden to the past nearly as much. They wanted their doctrine to be flexible, so like they don't want to be tied to anything. Yeah, pretty much. I've actually been printing some parts that I put somewhere. Because I think it'd be fun to make like a chaos, sort of like a chaos lieutenant in like 3rd edition vernacular. Basically like a chaos lord, but not like a big important chaos lord. That was just like one guy who was sort of fallen. Basically, he's not even like running with like a warband of other ones. He's just like, because that happens every now and then in like chaos stuff where it's like, oh yeah, these are all like word bearers, and here's one chaos like Raven Guard guy who kind of rolls with them. And I got like I had 3D printed like a spooky bird helmet that had it was basically like a beaky helmet that was cracked open with like a full bird maw on it, like a full beak and tongue and stuff like that. Yeah, they're very similar to Blood Ravens in some regards. I think it's just kind of inevitable considering that they are like, bird chapters. I'm kind of going with the idea that for them that they are like Raven Guard will steal important shit. Rust Vultures are more about looting like the copper wire of the house sort of deal. Like they're the ones that be like, yeah, we just need like a Lehman Russ, and we can tweak it a little bit, and we'll be good to go. We'll be good to go. This one's beginners, yeah. So Godot can both do 2D and 3D. But there's just slightly different workflows and stuff through that. Usually all the tutorials are like learn Godot 2D. And then try Godot 3D afterwards, and it's like this. It's baked into the same software. It's just like different parameters and stuff to take into account. Yeah, honestly, Rust Raccoons wouldn't be bad, but I still think the Vulture aspect is pretty fun because of like picking the corpses cling and whatnot. They also do that thing where it's like they'll go on a battle and they'll help out the guard, and then they'll be like, "We did it, everybody! We saved the where'd these guardsmen go?" There's a lot of like they'll help out a planet, and then on the way out they're like, where did all these people go? And boom, they're chapter serfs now. Kind of what the Carcharodons do, but the Carcharodons are like, go to the slave tanks, and these guys are just like, yoink. Thank you for the nice peasants. It'd be a shame if something happened to them. Yeah, hey, it's imperial requisition. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I considered Unity, but like I almost feel like Unity might be a bit much, and I've just kind of heard. I think just knowing Godot would be kind of neat. I've heard good things about it. I've seen people do cool stuff with it, so I'm thinking about it. I could maybe try Unity though, to be fair. Well, for me, at the point that I haven't gotten like far enough to even really have an opinion on between the two, for me it's more just like I was following tutorial that was mostly just like experienced Blender man goes rapid pace through an entire Blender workflow without explaining shit, and that's kind of the part that I got stuck on. Beans. How you doing, Papa Nurgle? How you doing? How you doing? I do want to Aethon Sean. I also have the other OC Edgelord Do Not Steal Ravengard guy. Aethon Sean, I'll probably buy at some point. But the thing I've been like I want to get a lot of the Armageddon box stuff done before I'm picking up extra shit. So it's kind of like, do these guys become a thing? Like, do I collect enough where I could be like, all right, this is fine. And in that case, if that's true, then I will pick them up as sort of like you did it, buddy, sort of thing. Till then, I got like all the Armageddon box, like the speeder and the eradicators. I think these are eradicators. You can see I bolted like big fuck huge like orc plates on the front. And so they're dinky little blast shields. And how do I paint rats, which I did earlier this week. I might take a break from rats next week. I don't know. I definitely want to. I'm basically going to be doing one Rust Vultures project every week until that side of the. Maybe not the whole Armageddon box. Like I don't care about like the ancients, and I might not give a huge shit about the jump chaplain. Well, otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, I need to keep working on this at least once a week until I get some progress. Oh yes, just like fucking Krampus style. But yeah, I was looking earlier at doing a similar thing to Aethon Sean, but like I need to wait. Yeah, I mean the tricky thing is the thing that's fucking me up with the Jump Pack Chaplain, it's not a bad model. This isn't me hating on the Jump Pack Chaplain as a model. A lot of what I've been doing is making them beakies. But the problem is that the Chaplain has a very unique hat, like helmet. Unique hat. The Chaplain has a very unique helmet. So, and if like, I could either leave the helmet and he doesn't look as cool as all the others, or I get rid of the helmet and he doesn't look like a Chaplain, you know? I legitimately just had that same thought that like, there might be a Chaplain beaky. Hold on, let me get this little red dot. I'm curious if I just do a quick look into cults, if I find anything. There we go, getting a couple little red dots. There probably are bird skeleton ones, so I'm curious. I'm gonna see. If I can find this. Let's see. Okay, I think I might have found... What the fuck is this? Hold on. I found, I don't know how I feel about this one. This is... It is what I'm looking for, technically. It is the most... Oh, if you want to link that, that would be cool. This is insane. This is an insane fucking helmet. See that? Ooh, actually, I could probably just chop the head off of that bad boy. That wouldn't be too bad. I have been using a lot of that guy's stuff because he does, you know, a lot of Ravengard aesthetics are kind of fitting my way. Look at this, though. I just found this on Thingiverse, and I'm trying to comprehend what the ever-loving fuck is going on here. It's like... It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. It's not like... I see what they were going for. But like I don't think that would print well. Like I think this would break. I don't think it's like how the fuck do you paint under it? It's just it's very strange. Yeah, he can't see shit, and honestly, that's fine. A lot of things in 40K, if you're thinking like vision, don't make any fucking sense. So that bothers me a bit less. A very odd. Very, very odd fucking model. Weird choice out of 10. Yeah, that's not like... if it was like a bit sturdier, I would give it a go. But yeah, if you try to remove supports, that thing is going to shatter into a million goddamn pieces. I think what you linked is very likely going to be it, and then I think that's probably enough. I think that's going to be like one giant piece, but I could probably, you know, I can cut the head off and just throw away the rest of the Marine. It does feel very Mad Max though. Like if you found like a guy in like a Mad Max movie who called himself the Raven and spoke entirely with cause, like I would believe that's him. Is it separate pieces? Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. I currently have an STL on my 3D printer, which is like Bestiarium released a bunch of like barricades for their like guard set, and I printed out one of those, and it was pretty much like it was basically like a full print by itself, which is really cool. Fuck, hold on. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Oh, I can tell. I need to get a purity seal real quick. Check this out. I made it a button. I made it a button. Like, I probably should have shopped around a bit more for different jingling keys, but I kind of like how sheety and low res that one is. It's kind of perfect. Yeah, the keys, they are now a permanent stream feature. They're a Steam feature. Yes, there we go. And I can just turn them on and off with a button whenever I want. Yeah, that one's always going to be a little fucked, and I don't know a great way around it. I think I got a little bit of red on the thigh. That's fine. It's gonna be whatever, and I'm sure no one's gonna be able to see it anyway. A button, huh? What? Sorry, Hal, I can't hear you over the keys. The keys. Ooh. Keys, they speak to me. There we go. That's cool. I do. Clearly, those were made by the same person, and I need to find out who that person is. Because I would like one very much. Is that another? Is there art credit on this? Let me see. Ah, that is a Jury Chungus one. Okay. Hey, let me get their Twitter up so I can remember later. Sorry, it's George. I keep wanting to call him Jury because that's just not the way. That's just not the way letters are normally arranged. I just keep calling him Jury Chungus because it makes sense. George. Curious George. But okay, yeah, clearly I need to get a thank you. I did pull that up for later. But yeah, I'll have to be like, yo, I did kind of spend my fun money for the month, so I'm waiting a bit more until later, but hell yeah. Mostly just because this fun month was new model, the second half of that being paid off, plus Armageddon box. Also ticket for I definitely now can fairly certain say that I will be at Under the Dice Fest. Under the Dice Fest is definitely happening, which I'm pretty excited about. This is like the second actual it's okay. I've been to a couple conventions. I've been to a local anime one. I've been to Gen Con a couple of times. MagFest has been like the one I've gone to as an adult. And I'm going to go to Under the Dice. How you doing, Jose Mochi? Welcome, everybody. Jose, I fucked up your name. How's it going, Mochi? Welcome, everybody. Also, how you doing, Queen Serval? What are you working on? I am working on my... I've been working on my Intercessors for the Armageddon box. These are done in a custom chapter called the Rust Vultures, and they're turned out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the progress so far. Yeah, what are you working on, nerd? What are you working on? Welcome to the Gundrel. Oh no. Oh no. I was talking about how I'm probably going to be going to Under the Dice Fest this year, which is going to be fun. Because it's going to be like indie war games and meme, like Mordheim. Stuff like that. Oh, you're doing Barbados. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. I have not done a Plum kit in a hot fucking second. Oh, so how you doing, Spooky Obsidian? Welcome. How you doing? But yeah, if people might not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Though today, I'm doing something incredibly gross, and I'm painting a Loyalist Space Marine. I know, right? Fucked up. Very fucked up. But I'm having fun with it. Yeah, my immediate plan right now is I really want to be able to glue him to a base. Or all of them to a base, just so I have something to grip on and stuff like that. Which should definitely be happening soon. Oh, damn. So sorry about the tech issues, but I'm glad it sounds like you're getting far enough that you can do panel lighting though. So like, you know, good progress, good progress. Also, and Queen Surfall, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. I get a Gundam one day. I mean, you can, you totally should. Like, especially like some of the high grade kits are straight up like $15. Like it's a pretty low barrier of entry to muck around with Gunpla. And some of you guys got like a big ass fucking rock on here. But yeah, I need to paint the rims of the shoes and then the like the little like little fiber black carapace stuff. Look on the Jumpla. Okay. But yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Like, it was funny. So for the project I've been working on, I needed to bust out the milliput that was in my fridge, and I was like, how long have I had this milliput? I was so worried it was gonna be all dried out and stuff. Nah, totally fine. It was like a little chunky. But I did some sculpting, which I haven't done in a while. I still don't really know how to do the thing where people will be like green stuff on like a whole bunch of bullshit. Like they'll make green stuff capes aren't too bad, but people make like green stuff like swords and other bits of gear. Also, how you doing, CEO of Pink Consumption? How you doing? Yeah, all these Beaky helmets are from the Horus Heresy 2nd Edition box, which I've had fucking forever. I've had that motherfucking box for like a million goddamn years. I got a lot of it done, or like decently done, but there's like a lot of the Beaky heads I've left out because I use different heads and whatnot. How you doing, Solid Crazy? How you doing? Welcome. I've also bought a lot of Beakies used, so I've actually used less Marines out of that box than I really would need to do. I will. Give me a sec. I want to get these. I'm gonna get that feet a little bit. So yeah, I want all these guys to be Beakies. And like the best part is if I run out of Beaky helmets, I'm just gonna print myself some more. I'm using official Beaky helms so far. Right now, a lot of my dudes are... Okay, the Eradicator's got resin shields, so it's not like... I will never be taking these motherfuckers inside Warhammer World. Also, I very likely... I think if I ever go to Warhammer World, I'm just gonna bring in a fucking, like, kill team or something like that. There's just something small and they just can't get on my shit. But, like, that's like a whole other thing. And I'm very likely not gonna go there anytime soon. A little drippy on the bottom there. Once again, I'm not like super worried about the feet because the feet will be caked in dust later, so if I can get them like pretty decent out of 10, that'll be fine. I've been planning stuff. I need to bring turnip things because apparently there's going to be a turnip event, and I've been asked to like not necessarily compete or anything, but just kind of be there. I just need to kind of be there. They have a painting competition called Rusted Demon, which I want to bring an entry to. That's going to be kind of big. And then I've probably up to maybe like 900 points of Trench Crusade. Like enough that I can just like bring enough Trench Crusade just to run. Maybe like a full campaign worth. Like if they do like a condensed campaign, or at least be able to cover a wide range of pickup games. Probably only one. So like that's the general idea for armies. One thing that's going to be a little annoying. So I've been using those like really useful boxes to move my army stuff around. I like those and they're good, but they're really bulky. And I'm going to be traveling, so I'm going to need to get me one of those like fancy magnetic boxes. I think that is just going to be a necessity for what I'm looking to do. Yeah, so I'm gonna get like one of those like it's like they're like Jukochi or Jukoi or something like that. Something with a J, like one of those like metal framed like with little magnet trays and stuff like that. I only really need one, and then that will be fine. I don't know if those actually go on sale around July. I could check though. I could definitely check. But I think a lot of those aren't like particular. Like a lot of Warhammer stuff doesn't really go on sale for 4th of July or Prime Day or whatever. Yeah. So as soon as the resin, they see my resin, the ninjas will come and they will end my pitiful existence. It'll be swift. They'll do one of those things where they cut me in half, and then I look around and turn back at them, and then I slide off into 2 pieces, and I just spray green blood all over the place. That's what Games Workshop will do to me if I bring in a single Minotaur, because I have all 3D prints on all my Minotaur bits. How you doing, Fro? How you doing? How you doing? I think most countries just don't give a shit, because like that was kind of the big thing this year, right? That Japan was like, oh hey, 250 years of America, here's some colors. I was like, oh, that's nice. That's nice. I think, because like I'm gonna be honest, like if you ask me like what's like Britain Day, like what's like a big British, like the day like the Britain was founded, I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't fucking know. And like maybe that's me being like ignorant or whatever, but to the same degree, like I don't expect any British people to remember 4th of July like 90% of the time. It's not a holiday. I do like that, like as a VTuber, like a lot of holidays are basically just excuses to put VTubers in themed bikinis. You got Golden Week for golden bikinis. You got 4th of July for American flag bikinis. I wonder, like, I feel like it's been increasing more and more each year. Are we gonna start getting like Christmas bikinis? Can we get some fucking like Thanksgiving bikinis? I don't know what a Thanksgiving bikini would look like. Maybe those like hand turkeys. Like, you know how there's like the hand turkeys, but like a hand turkey bikini where it's like the hands are just like gripping over. Maybe I gotta pioneer that. Maybe I need to release that thought into the world around like, where's my bikini? Nowhere. Haha. Easter bikinis make a lot of sense. Yeah, that's true. We also Americans do let everyone know. Let's see. What is that one of the most safest hobbies of theater play attempts at customers volume? Okay, just to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking. It's basically you're saying that like we're all playing nerd bullshit play pretend dice games. But why is there like sometimes like a drama component, or like why do groups sort of like break up? It's just inherently it is a hobby that requires you to interact with other people in person. And that just, you know, a lot of times, sometimes people are just creatures of drama. Sometimes shit happens. Sometimes like a relationship or something will get in the way. And that's really what that is. I would argue that. I mean, we definitely live in a society that's like way more hyper like dramatized than like I would argue in the past, but maybe not by much. But yeah, I don't think it's inherently like anything to do with the hobby. The thing is, like, I would say this. Like, Thanksgiving Shibari is very powerful. I will say that. So like, here's the thing. We're also very unaware of what goes on other holidays, on like other hobbies. Like, I recently there was a bunch of guys who decided to get into bird watching and do like the theoretical, like in bird watching, it's like a big thing to do a full year of bird watching where you just try to get as many birds as you can. And even then they talk about like drama of like people faking stuff, or like, oh, if you're rich, you have better access to better cameras and like better time. You can take off work more. There is just inherently, when you bring a lot of people together, there can be drama and gossip and all that bullshit. I don't think it's unique. I just also think that, like, you know, I care about like Warhammer drama sometimes stuff because this is just what I do. Well, I'm not going to pretend that like this is like a unique thing. I don't think it is. Yeah, music drama, fucking oh, here's a fun bit of drama that I have very piecemeal knowledge about this. Hey everybody, did you know that there was wild and crazy drama in the Love and Deep Space community recently? Because I found out, and it was buck wild. So like, and like that's a whole thing that a lot of us are not going to deal with. For context, Love and Deep Space is the most powerful gacha game that activates Gunnar neurons of all time. It is not a pornography-based game, but it is a game that will cause a fucking death grip on its target audience. Yeah. There. Yeah. So I'm gonna say what I've heard, and then feel free to correct me on this. So, from what I understand, they released a new character. They were going to a guy who just looks like a guy, That's the thing that cracks me up about the Love and Deep Space is that a lot of, I mean, they do look pretty realistic, but like, they're very restrained, like, base character. Like, you know, I'm expecting, like, gotcha stuff, but a lot of them are just kind of, like, basically variations of the same pretty boy. And they made this one, like, a little bit more gruff, a little bit more masculine. He has, like, a bit of a wolf theme. Apparently, there was something going on with, like, the backstory where there was, like, some implied human experimentation stuff, which was, like, you know, made some people think of, like, Unit 731, which felt like a bit much. Somebody's said a thing where it's like it's like all the other ones are lily white and he was a bit darker skin, and I was like, oh, did they make like a tan guy? No, he was basically just like the other Love and Deep Space characters have my complexion, aka like glows bright white in a snowstorm, and this guy has like slightly more pink than usual. But there's also things. Well, yeah, because like, I mean, you know, edgy backstory of Lad is I think that's cool as shit. But like, you know, I'm used to a lot of that kind of stuff being in games, and like, yeah, so I will understand that the people they're like, there's already a couple of characters that are sort of languishing backstory wise. And the big thing is because the way it does gotcha, it's less like you unlock a new character. It's like you unlock like a special variation of one of the main 5. So like the idea that like technically at main form, like making another character would dilute shit. Maybe 5 to 6, I don't know. The one racist 40k. I was like Marshall Bemon or whatever the fuck. He's one of those people that I don't understand because he's just in a hobby he clearly hates and he won't leave. Like, if you think, like, 40k is, like, dumb and woke or whatever, just pick a different game. Just pick a different... No, I don't think Arch has ever gone full VTuber. And as far as I can tell, that, like, that guy... Okay, there's a couple, then. I don't think Arch is actually a VTuber. I could be wrong, but I know the Marshall guy is. But, yeah, no, everything to do with the early Trench Crusade drama is stupid, honestly. It's really fucking stupid. But, yeah, but I also, like, I'm going to show you the Love and Deep Space guy, because I was like... He did, like I said, he's like fine. Like I looked at him and people were like, oh, he's like ugly or his style's very different. And like for me, he's like generic handsome wolf boy. So like I didn't see anything wrong. There was like there we go. Let's see if I can get this big picture that has the whole cast. All right. How big is this gonna be? I guess this is them all wearing the same costume. And I don't know. He's as a I have no idea what the fuck you're saying, Solid. I'm sorry. Wait, which train wreck? Like I've heard that he did something with like cheated on his girlfriend with his assistant. So yeah. So yeah, the guy on the right is the new Love and Deep Space guy. And I'm just like, I'm also not the target audience, so I see him, and it's like, I feel like he fits in. He doesn't seem too weird to me, honestly. And like, I know a lot of women who like a slightly more masculine guy. Honestly, a lot of them would still call him like a baby. I feel like a Cali Calico kind of person that wants like a big bear of a dude. And like that guy's like I felt like that guy was like a halfway point between like big bear of a dude and like pretty boy. So yeah, so I'm just like, that's fine. Mind you, you know, not my horse, not my race, not my circus monkeys. But it's still fascinating to me, honestly. Yeah, that's the thing too that gets me is like I don't know, maybe my brain is rotted by anime, so like the fact that like they because like, you know, they just look like people, and that's probably a benefit like if you're going for like immersion sort of thing. Like if you're really going for the idea of like sort of like digital boyfriend. So if you do that and it's like, okay, if you're trying to go that route, because like maybe having something that has like a bit more like grip. Oh, okay. I knew you liked the beads from Lord of the Rings, but you phrased that kind of in a way that I did not catch that. But I get you now. I get you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of his videos anyway. It's so like I haven't really kept up with this shit in a while, so it's whatever. By whatever I mean it's like that's a dumb thing to do, but I'm not watching the shit anymore. The wolf. Dude, that's why I heard that apparently there's also some segment where he like enters the main character's house without being asked, and people are like, "Oh no, that's like really weird and violation of privacy," and then other people are like, "My guy, there's at least things that the other boys do that's also basically a crime. Like that's not even special." So I don't know, but it's so I will say it's tricky for me. Yeah, I don't Skippy. Yeah, I gotta get that Grundle. So like, yeah, I don't know. It's like that's why I say it's like I don't know if I could say that like the tabletop hobby brings in a lot of drama, because that's just kind of inherent to a lot of things. So it's like, yeah, you know. I think maybe the only difference is that sometimes that drama can be done at more like a personal level, where it's like you're upset with a specific person in your group. And that's like a whole thing. It's, okay, yeah, let's glue your ass on. It's time. I don't think I'm gonna do the baking soda thing. I don't think I'm gonna do any baking soda bullshit. Keep it just like a nice vanilla glue. I don't think they really need it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah! It does seem to be pretty common with Chinese gacha games. I will say that. And like some of it's arguably deserved. Like everything I've heard about the Infinite Nikki thing was like they made a cool game that you could do cool dress up, and then like slowly tanked everything people liked about that game, which is strange maneuver. Also, how you doing, Channel Skeleton? Yeah. Still working on the Vultures. Working on these. Today's goal is to get them like glued on the bases and looking pretty solid. And maybe an enamel wash. I don't 100% know if that's going to happen. I figure if it doesn't happen today, I'll take a break from them and work on the other stuff. I legitimately haven't used Gorilla Glue in a hot minute, so I don't know. Maybe if they do something different that like fucks with that as like an activator or whatever. But interesting though. I'll have to keep that in mind if I ever pick up a Gorilla Glue. Yeah, it's kind of like a K-pop boy thing. Yeah, it's like that's I don't know. But once again, like I'm very. It's kind of actually weird that like a lot of things these days do revolve around like big gacha franchises, and because like I don't play Zenny Zero something. I don't play that. I don't play Genshin. I don't play Blue Archive. I don't play Nikkei. So like. That's just like a lot of stuff now that I'm just like totally alienated from that sometimes happens in my peer groups. So it's like I'm super out of the loop with anything to do with any of that. Yeah. I'm sure it's boring, but occasionally there was like a cute snake lady from there. And I was like, oh, that's nice. It was like a really bouncy, ditzy snake blonde. And I was like, hey, I like those traits. But I'm not going to play a game for her. No, God, no. Or there's like a... Every now and then you get like Girls Frontline 2, which I did play Girls Frontline 1 and enjoyed it, but I never got like super good at it. Like good to the point of like investing a lot of time. There's 7 goblins and a big boss this weekend. How you doing, Luckerman? How you doing? Hell yeah. Yeah, Honkai Impact was like their first biggish game, right? And then that one kind of like, because I was sort of before all the like the Genshins and whatnot. I can see that. I could see having like a gacha game, but I just don't have any. Yeah, yeah, Deadlock is one of those ones. Like I know a lot of people that play it. I don't have any interest in it. I will say all my Yume Joshi friends are getting fed incredibly well. There's like that like exorcist priest guy. There's like the Frankenstein's monster dude. Like I know several of my VTuber peers that are just like eating for days off of those lads. And good for them. I know there's like a werewolf lady and like a vampire lady that seem very nice, but like I haven't super gotten. I have no investment in that game, so their character stuff doesn't really reach me beyond. Oh, cool. like neat out of 10. At the engraves, I have no idea who those even are. I also don't know any of their names off the top of my head, to be fair. Oh shit, I was gonna glue these guys as I did this. Hold on. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I could see Valve doing like a very movement tech heavy game. How are you gonna fit on here, bud? Oh, that's cool actually. Yeah, I cannot play a MOBA in a serious capacity, or else I'm just gonna get. I'm not gonna have fun. I'm gonna get flashbacks to when my friends dragged me into League a million years ago. There we go. You're glued on there. Some of these I need to be very careful because they have like a big inherent just like rock thing as part of their base. There we go. That one's pretty good. I'll need to touch that rock up. Actually, let me get that rock now before I go too deep. We fucking hate League. Oh, no, real. I mentioned before the age, like a million years ago, friends of mine were like, "How? Play League with us back in college," and it was just miserable. It was a miserable experience. I did not have any fun with that fucking game. Macro insane is done. Oh shit. Okay, I can't do that. No. It's like I can. I think there should be technical, like high skill ceiling games out there, like Deadlock. But I'm not the target audience for that. Absolutely not. Oh god. Yeah, no, yeah, because like I think that's the thing that I've always seen devolve into like real feel bads is that like when you lose like anything else, like if you have a bad night in a fighting game, you're like, oh whatever. Also, how you doing, Heca Centipede? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And how you doing, Dita Sphinx? Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I am Halbernaut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurglings game. Oh, what are you working on? What are you drawing? Also, how you doing, Oasix? And how you doing, Dita Sphinx? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I am currently working on some Space Marine lads. These are from the Armageddon box. I'm doing a custom chapter called the Rust Vultures, which are looking pretty good. I'm just getting to the point where I can glue them on the bases. I have still a decent amount of work to do, but feeling pretty good about it. I've also painted 4 hours earlier today at the LGS, so the fact that I'm like still trucking is doing pretty good. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. I did see Project Hail Mary in theaters recently. Well, not recently-ish, it's been a bit. I've actually been like going to the theater a lot more than I have previously. Like, I think this year, I mean, it's really only Project Hail Mary, and then The Amazing Digital Circus. I think those are the only ones I've seen. I keep meaning to see the Backrooms movie, but I've never, like, just committed yet. Some Troggles. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go. So you didn't say that. Yeah, I know, follow your heart, you know, if you want to show all these nice people my snake, I can. I can. Manners is a very good snake. Very photogenic snake. Oh, it's a... Let's see. Okay. Oh, Wasso. I'll say Wasso. There we go. Wasso. All right. Yay, let's go to the Nanny's fan club for people who do not know. I have a wonderful ball python named Nanners, and she's doing good. She's doing good. I'm hoping to feed her again this week. She didn't like her last rat, but that's just... Snakes are just weird pets in that sometimes they won't eat, and that's just what they do. Yeah, but she's doing pretty good. She's more active. I got to do like a nice long hold of her recently, and she's doing pretty legit. Ooh, fuck yeah, let's go. We also got, okay, so also Sathi _ welcome to the freshman rank at the official Nanny's fan club. And then let me get Casual Maker. Let me get you bumped up to junior. Yeah, she's really cute. I have to be careful of her though, because she's getting strong. So like, she's not too bad. I'm so back in the past, I used to let her, yeah, I did reset it for the year. I used to let her like curl up around my neck, and I was like, oh, that's cute. Now I'm like, oh god, this is a bit much. It's not too bad. She's not too strong. Oh yeah, no, she's gone like 3 months without eating. I kept feeding her, and then one day she just eats, and she stays the same weight. It's the weirdest shit. Snakes are fun. Snakes are fun. Because like she used to be fair, okay, do I have the pic? I do have the baby picture of her, I think. I do have a baby picture of her, I believe. I think I found that. I rediscovered it recently. There we go. So when I brought Nanners home, she was this big. Transform, fit the screen. Yeah, she came in like a little soup container that the pet store gave me to transport her home. And now she's basically 5 feet. I think she's basically fully grown. I should just leave that in there in the corner. It's kind of fun. She also used to be a lot more vibrant yellow. She's definitely turned more white over the years. But it's still very nice. Still very pretty snake. But yes, also, and then the casual maker. Welcome to the junior rank of the official Nanners fan club. There we go. Tails are attempting to. That happens every now and then. Yeah, but yeah, I can't play like a league. I can't play like a competitive MOBA. I have too little time on this earth to play a game where after I play the game, my response is not, I had a fun time. My response is, oh, I'm sad now. Oh, I'm sad now. All that time I spent today doing a thing that could have made me happy, I'm not. And I could maybe justify like a fighting game where it's like there's like a level of like getting better with your own skills and stuff like that. Where like I could see like sitting around and doing like labbing and like melty blood or something like that. That seems like fun. I could maybe do that. It's playing a team game where like I could do great and then my team could just suck shit and then my night's ruined. And that's awful. That's not a way to live. The DVD logo hits the corner exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, here's an interesting thing about TF2. Like, I feel like TF2 has lived long enough that, like, it being in maintenance mode isn't that big of a deal. Like, maybe if Valve was just like, we're done with this, here's some keys to, like, do some shit, like upload your own hats or whatever. I think that would be fine, but, like, it's been going on for quite a while. But also, looks like it's time for ad break, unfortunately, so we're gonna trigger that in BRB. we're back. Yippee. Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's, if they are making money from it, I do think that, like, you know, I could see them maybe need to do a little bit more. But as I say, you know, like, it does feel like it's been going on for long enough that they're like, yeah, we're just tired. That also doesn't sound too crazy to me anyway. Like, it's nearly 20-year-old game. Because I guess they're like, here's the thing, like, could you really do a Team Fortress 3? Like, I mean, the way I see it is like the VA cast is just too iconic. And I feel like if you, like, you would need to have some, like, real crazy good, like, VAs to, like, even get, like, close to those. And they need that chemistry and whatnot, which is not impossible, mind you. But I could see people being like, nah, it's not the same. Not a big fan. So while that was going on, I did paint the bottom of the feet. Got the, like, the little stone bit there. And these guys do look nice when they're on bases now. Like, look at, I will say that, like, the gray on gray probably feels bad, but I will say I'm going to be using, like, a brown red pigment powder. It's like brown iron oxide from Vallejo, which I'm not going to show because it's kind of shiny. So I think it's eventually going to coat that. Yeah, that's true. They never do make a third one. Nice pumpkin army. Thank you. That was actually funny. So these are part of the big voting process to see which army would win. There was very briefly pretty much a Raven Guard, like, kind of like Grim Reaper, Pumpkin, Jack-o'-lantern, Scarecrow kind of thing. How you doing, Grind? How you doing? Last statement. What experience the status to complete it? Yeah, but like, I mean, I've had things I enjoy end. Things just do end. That is just the natural state of being. So like that, you know. Once again, yeah, 20-year-old game if it ends, like, yeah, that's fun. You know, your Warhammer's the new place. Hell yeah, let's go. I need to get a little bit of dry brushing on there. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, every now and then I'll see like oh yeah, these are all the TF2 voice actors like hanging out and having fun. Each one is like an 80-year-old man. And I'm like, good for them. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm glad they're so spry, but it's like, yeah, no, they're not long for this world. I'm glad they're having fun. I wish to be as chipper and like full of life as them when I'm 80. This isn't like a brutality or like a nihilism thing. It's more like an artistic creative thing. It's like, you know, you do a big thing and it's cool, but like you can't, you know, eventually you move on to other projects and stuff like that. Or like things age out. I don't think it's that weird. I don't think it's that crazy. Yeah. Those gun both his hands. There's gotta be some stuff right now. Oh, don't. Fuck, you're okay. So so as a VTuber, I sometimes carry a very loose definition of retro, so I could use the category retro, which is 15 years old. And you say that, and it's like Skyrim legitimately might be 15 years old at this point. That might actually unironically count as per like my very flexible definition of a retro game. That fucks my shit up real bad. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I definitely love it. I like the VAs and stuff. Definitely love it. I can definitely see that. Okay, this guy's gonna be like a really tight fit. Well, there's like an itty bitty rock on here that I think I'm just gonna fucking explode. There we go. Give me a little bit more room. Oh god, you're right. 19 years old. Fuck yeah, no. By my definitions, it is a retro game. Yeah, I've also heard 22. That's fine. I kind of like that, like for video games. I like that like pre and post HD split. Speaking of which, I saw a video recently of a bunch of really cool Dreamcast games that I might end up streaming. Like I have been aware of this game called D2 for a while. But everything else I see about it seems really fucking neat. Also, yeah, there's like little filler I need to get like on there to like really even that out. Other options, I could flip it turnways. But no, that just kind of hangs weird. Yeah, this way's gonna have to go, and I'll probably just add some dirt and stuff later. Any vices are. Yeah, no, listen, I'm already dust. Things are not going to significantly change. I can't become more dust. I cannot explode even further, you know? Retro Roblox? Retro? I don't know. Like Roblox is one of those things that I just have zero. Everything I hear about it is always like the most negative bullshit. And I just like, it was technically around when I was like on the internet, but I was definitely too old for it to be like a, like, I appreciate it in a weird way because like, I do think Roblox is like this, like the much younger generation equivalent of like me playing games on Newgrounds back in the day. Like sometimes I'll see people show off Roblox stuff like, oh yeah, that's just like a Newgrounds game. And I don't mean that with like any malice or scorn or whatever. It's just like, oh yeah, no, it's the same medium. But now you do get weird people. They're like, why would I play video games? Everything's on Roblox, and that's strange. 7-Eleven, never forget. Oh, what does Hal do? I paint rats. I do paint rats. That's just what I do. I just say I paint rats. And I do paint rats. Not today though, but I have painted them earlier in the week, so my rat quotas are good. Will I paint rats next week? I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely issues with it from like a moderation standpoint, but like it makes sense as something somebody would play because like it does remind me of like older Newgrounds stuff. Or I guess Gary's mod, but I missed out on Gary's mod because I didn't have steady internet. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on the Rust Vultures, and it's going pretty well. They're all dry and hanging on. I'm going to give them a little bit more time to dry, and I'm going to work on these Truckle Fucks. I'm going to go here. Yeah, unfortunately, that's like the inherent, like, catch-22. Like, I think there should be places online for, like, kids to be safe and frolic and just kind of do their own thing. But it's really hard to find like proper moderation for those kind of places. So like I don't know a good solution. I don't know a good solution to that. Yeah, hopefully you'll get it soon. Hopefully you'll get your Armageddon box soon. Get them dark. Oh fuck yeah! I will say Stormcast look 100% better if you don't paint them bright fucking gold. If you check out I do have an Instagram with all my other stuff. So I'm melting right now. There's a million degrees in here. If you check that out, like way back, I have a bunch of Stormcast done in kind of this like dirty tarnished gold with like different helmets. Oh, Newgrounds with Mike. I will say I'm very glad that like Tom Fulp seems to be like a level-headed dude and has not let Newgrounds deteriorate as a website. Probably doesn't like hurt that from what I understand, Newgrounds is ran on a loss. Like Newgrounds is not making money. But Newgrounds is like basically doing everything everybody who like likes Newgrounds is doing. Like so they're like, yeah, so like they're like, well, this isn't making money, but that's not the point. The point is to make a cool website. Their worst iterations of Warhammer. I think they're fine. I don't know. I'm not as big on the fucking like I think Age of Sigmar has got its own setting now, and it's been its own thing long enough that it's like you can kind of separate it from Warhammer Fantasy in a way that I'm okay with. My big thing is that every now and then you do get people that are like, oh, any day now, Age of Sigmar's dying now that you can definitely tell that like in my experience, some people are like really upset. Like I understand being upset about the old world, like when it was new. Stuff like that. I mean, like about Age of Sigmar, because they took the old world out behind the shed. There's some people now that they're like, oh yeah, now you can have your game too, and you're fine. They want more like a formal apology from Games Workshop, and like that's not happening. They want Games Workshop to be like, oh no, we fucked up. We're so sorry. We're big stupid idiots at Games Workshop. Oh, here's an infinite stake in blowjobs and apology coupon, and like that's not happening. That's not happening. You still get that. It's also like sometimes I just see like I try to avoid people who do like Warhammer grifting because they're just insufferable people who don't like model. They don't actually do the hobby. But you can tell that they still cling on to stuff while they're like they'll still harp about the old world and stuff, but you can ask them to show a single old world model and they'll be like, it's not always about the models. Yeah, 100% they want us revenge. I will play basically any game. So like for my particular horse in the Age of Sigmar Old World debate, if there's not that I really think there is a huge one. Like yeah, I'll do whatever. How you doing, Rookie? I'm talking about basically there's people that like I understand being upset about like the about Age of Sigmar being a thing early on when it was like a really underbaked game that wasn't put together well. But yeah, I mean, sure, I can understand that being denied the chance to buy them, but they were also like $1 billion, and they still fucking are. But like now you at least have access to like 3D prints and I guess really just 3D prints. Otherwise that shit's expensive. Otherwise that shit's expensive, yeah. What it has? What do you mean what it has? I mean, you could just use basically any Marine stuff as Marine's Malevolent. It's just color scheme, really. Oh, resin printing's so good. You know, like a friend of mine was looking to the old world and he's like, oh, I was going to maybe do Chaos Warriors, but then I saw that a unit of Chaos Warriors was like $90, and I'm like, oh, which is fucking crazy. So what other war games could be played by post? Any game, really? I mean, play by post is kind of a dead format, honestly, unless you're talking about doing like forum stuff. That's like a whole other thing. Yeah. I will say, if we're talking about like dead armies you couldn't afford back in the day, I did always think that the Forge World version of Chaos Dwarfs was really fucking sick. I love me a big hat, don't get me wrong, but I really like the Infernal Guard and the fucking artillery trains, and that's been squatted from basically every game. I don't think there's a single game now where you can play the Chorf artillery train from like that specific era of what's it called? Forge World. And that's just how Forge World is, and so it's like, it's whatever. I guess you could do Guild Ball by post, yeah, true. Mathematically for Marines. Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, my local scene might be getting into Epic, and I don't know how I feel about that. Mostly just because, like, I already done, like, this 15mm 40k army. I don't know how many itty-bitty games I have in me. What about blindfolded? That's strange. I don't know how that fucking works, but, like... Okay, I have to know. Did he do good? How did he do? How did Blind Man do? Because I know there's like a lot of games you can play blindfolded. Shaving it. It's all crazy. You have totally lost me now where you're going with this. You won? Well, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. I mean, I don't think any medium is ever dead, says man who has a blog with one in truth I need to work on. But like, you know... So certain ones live, and like the alive status varies quite a bit. So these guys should probably be glued on their bases regular style now. And what do you need, buds? What do you need? We're gonna need some metals. I need to do some more of the dark orange on like the gun for sure, and then like a lot of other places. I think you can still run regular dwarfs, or at least you could at one point. I don't know if that's gonna change or not. So I know Guild Ball in a very abstract set. Like I know the general idea of how the teams work. They're based on like various like kind of like fantasy professions. I know it was like a very competitive game to the point where it was like apparently a huge pain in the dick to actually balance. But I've not actually played Guild Ball. I will fully say that. I assume it's like most war games where like you need to be able to see in position, which is why blind Guild Ball is very intriguing. As like just like a thought exercise sort of deal. Oh, so you don't get a lot then. That's fair. I'm gonna be honest, Etsy is probably a good source for custom decals. Like Etsy is a pretty good source of custom decals. There's also those like, I have not tried these, those like fucking like basically like nail polish stamp tools that like have been ported over from nail polish people. Those seem pretty nice for decals, and I'm sure somebody's made like a Marine's Malevolent stamp for that, but I'm not super sure. So that is the tricky thing with niche chapters, is you might just need to, like, I hate to say it, you might just need to get good at freehand. says me, guy who's not particularly great at freehand. It just kind of comes with the territory. Let's see, let's get up all the... Get up a couple other little areas that could be a little bit more oranged. I kind of a mix. I try to get as much done that was like in the grundle and whatnot. So stuff that like I try to get to the point that like if I need to be able to reach anything under the marine, I can. But otherwise, I really like it if you just grip it, like have something to grip and like potentially not rub the paint off of. Oh yeah, you don't have to. Like here's the thing too, you can just paint the Marines malevolent colors and nobody will give you any shit about that. That's pretty common. Like I assure you, like the vast majority of people who are painting Crimson Fists, never do anything with the Crimson Fist logo. They just paint a blue guy with a red hand. And that's it. And then you're golden. You're fine. Does the joke make sense? No, I have no fucking clue. I'm sorry. You have entirely lost me on this. But yeah, you don't gotta. But yeah, oh, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, if you want to check the app, but I could believe you that there's maybe not that many regular dwarfs left in Age of Sigmar. But yeah, also at the end of the day, too, they are your army. You can paint them to whatever comfort level. I liked Project Hail Mary. It was a fun movie. I would like to one day read the book. So I've read The Martian. And I kind of forget that I kind of didn't realize that like a lot of stuff like the Amnesia plot is kind of done a lot better in the book, where you slowly get, you get more like internal monologue time. But you know, movies are a different medium than books. So I like when I watched the movie, I was like, you know, this is good. I enjoyed it. But I would like to see it done in the movie, just to see, in the book, just to see kind of how like things are different between the two. So I will give you a chef's kiss in a second. Give me a second. I'm just getting like this last little bit of orange on the gun. I'm just trying to get the, there we go. I gotta hold on. I gotta de-mimic for the chef's kiss. Mwah. There we go. Oh no, I think that's fair. Like the idea of like I would like to play with these a bit earlier means you totally can glue them. Like, and like, oh, here's like another example too that kind of varies. Like these are some Heresy Marines that I've been sponging for a while, and they're firmly glued on their base, and like maybe that makes reaching some of their cracks a little difficult with the sponge. I might need to go back in a brush, but yeah, no, this is fine. And this is very much like my personal beliefs, but like, okay, I don't want to see anyone bring in a Grey Tide army if they can help it, but if you do, I will still play you and we will have a lovely cordial time. Anything beyond a Grey Tide is just pure, like, would I like to see fully painted armies? Yes. But if somebody's like, I got all these guys based and they're painted red, and I'm like, cool, that's neat. Hell yes. I can at least see like the vision, and the more you kind of go from there. Huh. Should I let these people near my mouth? I'm sure it couldn't hurt. And also, how you doing, 14? How you doing? I guess what do you mean by like a niche? Do you mean like an official one? I guess what determines, because like for me, the nichest ones are ones that will have a entry in Lexiconum with exactly no picture, and they're just like also like WeSo. I think that's what we were decided on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. I've probably forgotten how it's actually pronounced, but that's fine, I guess. But yeah, I mean, there's like Exorcists and Spears of the Emperor, the Mentors, not the Minotaurs, the Mentors, which were around like really old style, but then they kind of came back. Yeah, Marines Malevolent I do know about. Size of the Emperor. Like, those are enough that they're like known well enough that they have like canon color schemes and stuff. WeSo, there we go. Nice. I'll take it. Like all of those bird. I'll see. The thing is, it's easier for me to try to remember the pronunciation than remember a second nickname. But I can try bird. I'll try bird and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, raptors are niche. They're cool. I do like. Once again, if you like raptors, I need you to read the book Elemental Council. You're gonna be like, hell, this is a Tau book. I understand. It has a really bitchin' raptor as the antagonist. Because once again, Space Marines work by inverse ninja principle. In the Horus Heresy, where there's millions of Marines, they fucking just explode constantly. They're whatever. In Elemental Council, one tactical Marine fucks up an entire planet of occupied human. Basically, Tau have occupied a human planet and have been trying to like slowly kind of work on sort of revitalizing it. And this one motherfucker just is an absolute pain in their dick. It's a good book. It's a good book. I enjoy it greatly. It is fun times. But yeah. Some other ones. Exorcist are kind of niche, though they do have a book. Also, they're just... Exorcists are really funny because they basically do a thing where they purposely infest themselves with demons. They purposely infest themselves with demons. And then they rip the demons out, so that way when the demons get ripped out, a chunk of their soul goes away. So that way they're more resistant to chaos. And at one point, a word bearer guy catches an exorcist and tries to like chaos corrupt them. And he's just like, what? The word bearer is so upset because he's like, what did you do? What the fuck did you do to yourself? Like, it's really funny. Like the word bearers are like, what the fuck did you do? Although that's fair. Like the different perspectives and stuff, getting a little aggravated. I could totally see that. That's fair. That's fine. If I don't like them, that's also fine. I don't hate the Tau. I have not super. I like the idea of Tau auxiliaries a lot. I really like the idea of Tau auxiliaries and like with Essa and stuff like that. And I will say that like also like in Firecast is also a Tau story in basically space Vietnam, like space Vietnam War, and I really like that as well. That was neat. Yeah, I mean to be fair, it's, you know, everybody dogs everybody about their appearance in 40K. That's not particularly unique. I get it. In a Caddyshack, maybe. I remember in Caddyshack where Adam Sandler gets his soul ripped out. I totally get it. How you doing, Goodwells? Welcome. How you doing? I see you got a name change. Howdy. Murder montage of stars and sea. Oh no, those are pretty legit. Like that's the thing is like Astartes is so good that you can just like put it in front of like I would argue somebody's like, show me Warhammer, just show them Astartes as like a, hey, I'm not going to autistically bog you with the lore yet. Just check this out, see if you vibe with it, and if yes, we can go from there, you know? But like something different. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, the, I forget who makes those, but yeah, they did the whole Tau Auxiliary set. Those seem pretty cool. I have like a million other projects where I'd maybe consider getting those. Ask away for your question, ask away. But yeah, they also too, especially because I'm like, I might pick up some core stuff later. I've been feeling it. Which clan do you do the orcs? I'd say if you do salamanders, do speed freaks because you got a couple of vehicles in there, and also like red looks pretty good. Is it Bad Moon's the one that has yellow? I don't think those would be great. I mean, Goths are pretty classic if you want to do just like black with the checkerboard. Now the nice thing about orc checkerboard is it doesn't need to be super accurate, so you know. Yeah, I mean that's a lot of me looking at my mini factory and stuff like that. See, for some reason I read flak as like fooly cooly, like, and I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck does that have to do with? Oh yeah, okay. I guess I've never gotten a flak. I've listened to flak files on my PC. I've never gotten like a dedicated flak player. I guess I'm not surprised they exist. I had to go to like a I had to go to a guitar shop recently to pick up some XLR cables for like my my funky little mics that I picked up. And I was like, oh damn, there's like a whole bunch of shit in here. Evil Suns and Bad Moons. Let me see. Well, I forget. Let me double check on the. Let's see. Evil Suns is. Oh, Evil Suns are like red as well. That looks kind of nice. And then what do Bad Moons look like? Okay, Bad Moons are yellow. I think if you do Salamanders, I think maybe do Evil Suns. Because then you get like, you get green and red kind of contrasting each other. I think that would be a good look. I could see that being a good look. All right, so let's do... So I've done a couple of like highlights with this, but a lot of my orange is really streaky and I need to touch some shit up. She's still... Oh, what the fuck? Hold on. Somehow he got glued entirely on his heels. What the fuck happened here? Hold on. Hold on. That doesn't even make any sense. I mean, like on the balls of his feet. I guess maybe he like leaned forward in a weird way. Yeah, it looked fine, but then it's like, oh, and then like the front of the foot has like a weird gap in there. I can touch that up later. That's not a big deal. I see. All right, so... Okay, this guy got nice and flat. Like, his foot's maybe leaning a little off the back. I could probably do a little bit. But again, he's actively stepping on, like, a piece of stuff right here. But yeah. See, I could do some metal in some spots. I can keep touching up the orange, because a lot of the orange is not particularly great. As a joke makes sense. I'm having a hard time following your logic of going from text adventure to Tinder. That is... I don't think there's a connection there other than there is a back and forth reply response. How you doing, Princess Axie? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I am currently working on my Space Marines, and they turn out pretty legit. Oh yeah, let me try getting their eyes real quick. Hold on. I was thinking about what to do for the eyes, and I actually thought like a blue would be kind of nice. Because, like, get that blue-orange contrast. And I thought about this Temple Gate Teal. I think would look pretty bitchin' for their eyes. We'll see how this works. I'll try it on one, and if I don't like it, I'll I mean, I do paint a lot of minis, so you are going to see a lot of Space Marines. To be fair, though, 40k is in, like, the most popular spot it's ever been, so you're just gonna run into that a lot more. Understandable. It do be like that. This is clogged up a little bit. That's how I paint rats, though I'm not painting them right now. I guess you could consider Space Marines rats if you believe hard enough. So I gotta paint eyes, the fucking worst bit. But if I paint it at this stage, and then I need to do some cleanup, it won't be that bad. Like, yeah, how you doing, Huggy? How you doing? Oh, big stretchy. Funnily enough, Matthew, I do have some, like... I do have some Nurgle, like... Basically, there's a guy that made Death Guard Skaven Marines, which is kind of cool. So I do have STLs for that. It's just not really come up as a thing I need to do for a project yet. Yeah, I mean, also, that makes sense, too, considering it's, like, the, biggest mini painting, like, subgroup or whatever. Okay, that's not so bad. Get in there, and then I'll probably have to touch up the gray a little bit around the eyes. This might be a good use of my new feature. Hold on. little bit on here I need to get. There we go. There. So for context, if I need to pull something real close up to my face, I've been using the jingly keys. Oh, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Okay. Oh yeah, if you're looking for Tyranids, it's good. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it do be like that. All right, keys. Because yeah, my setup is basically I have to paint like roughly like maybe like a foot away due to like, you know, doxing and like just like general setup. So every now and then there are details like eyes that I just can't reach. And I was like, what the fuck do I do? Like what do I do with the setup? And it's like, oh yeah, no, I have powerful technology. I have the true power of chaos. There we go. All right, I got his eyes. I actually keep it's working. I mean, it is working. That's the thing. I wouldn't do this if it didn't work. Is it potentially mean? Yes. Do I care? Not really. It's fine. It's fine. Also, like, what kind of Tyranid stuff you looking for? You looking for like a specific high fleet? Also, like, did I switch it to a button now? There we go. I just have it on my Steam Deck that I can just like pop it up, get that. I only have 2 more eyes to do though, so like this is gonna be pretty quick. Nothing too wild. Whoa, keys are cool. There we go, and then you. I was gonna say I thought I knew one, but I'm blanking. I thought there was like somebody who who did Tyranids, but I'm having a hard time thinking about it actually, legitimately. Like I was gonna say maybe Mittens, but I think Mittens primarily does like really a bit of everything. Like maybe I've kind of seen her do mostly elf stuff. If I had to choose like a single army, and Aurelia does mostly Custodes and Guard. I know there's like a couple of others like Stimpack and Miwabel that I don't know super well that are painting and stuff. I think Stimpack's doing Dark Angels. Adfree did a White Scar Marine, maybe? It was white and red. I don't know if it was explicitly White Scar. I keep track of when sometimes VTubers get into mini painting. Don't know why. Well, the thing is, like, I don't want it to be entirely silent. That's not the goal. The goal is that there needs to be a visual element when I'm hitting some hard to reach spots. Modern Synthesis. I've not heard of them. That sounds cool though. Oh, they got a blog too. Fuck yeah. I'll have to look up them later. Mr. Pink. Oh, that's fair. Have you seen the coconut crab ones? I do like the coconut crab Tyranids quite a bit. There's something. I should add noise. Well, the problem is like I said, I still want to be able to talk. How you doing, son? How you doing? I still want to be able to talk. I want you to hear me. I just need a visual thing. I could add jingling keys, but that kind of defeats the point of that. I'm not gonna lie, it is very tempting though. It is very, very tempting. I'm doing good. I came back from the LGS where I had a multiple hour long mini painting session with some of my local friends. And now I am doing a multiple hour miniature painting session with my online friends. Yippee! Let's go. I should try not to dox myself. I don't know. I try a little bit. I do try. Because like, yeah, I like the privacy part of VTubing a lot. I like you know, if I could fully hide the flesh disguise, I would totally do that. So how you doing, Duke Moose? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of VTubers who are getting into it for sure. And yeah, I always consider like the video games a separate thing because it's like, you know, the bar to entry for video games is much lower. But no, there's like a decent amount. There's like a decent amount of like people doing VTuber. Like Froggy is another one, but she does also does basically, I know she's like more Tyrion's #1 fangirl, but I don't think she does any, I think she does like a lot of different armies and stuff because she's mostly doing for like, she does like Golden Demon, like trying to get into those. I very much paint for tabletop quality. I think I do pretty good and I get better and I have like really, I like my kit bashes and stuff, but that is very much the range I am shooting for is better, good tabletop. Classic red blue is great. I like High Fleet. I think it's High Fleet. Tiamat. The weird one that's like kind of like the bluish green one that's making the weird flesh network. If we're talking about favorite Tyranids, that one's probably mine. That's probably like my favorite Tyranid fleet, just because like I like that they're doing something just fucking weird. Then everybody's like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing that for. Well, get into it, I'm broke. No, that's mood. I mean, if you want to be a bit less broke, you could check out my wonderful sponsor, Collectible Squids discount. But for real though, you know, I totally get it. For sure. Smooth. Yeah, I have to. My brain is wired that I must shill for squids in the most stupid, convoluted way every single time. Because it's more fun for me that way. That's really about it. And you collect squids. I think he's got merch, so yeah, technically. Yeah, I'll do a shameless plug if it's something I care about, you know? It's like, yeah, Squids has been there for like basically like 5 or 6 years. And has been a cool dude the entire time. So yeah, I'll enthusiastically shamelessly plug Squids. I think that's fair. He's deserved it. Now he's got his own LGS, like stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I consider myself high effort tabletop, and I'm okay with that, you know? Like, but yeah, there are people that like focus on one mini for like weeks. And that's also cool too. Like I said, the guy like the Cryo Cheese dude who did a Fulgrim and painted the scales on his tail for like multiple like maybe like 4+ hour streams. And that's cool. And that's totally like that's his own cool way for doing stuff. But like I do play games at the shop and I would never get anything done if I went at that pace. So I'm okay doing the quality I'm doing. And I'm getting better every time. Like I compare my older models with my newer ones and the difference is staggering. It's really fucking crazy how much better my shit looks compared to like little baby Hal from way back when. Got like a little grenade over here. There we go. I need to come back to a lot of this stuff too. I don't know how I want to do the fucking Aquila thing. I could just do metal there. Yeah. I don't think that's that weird. Like, everybody's got their, like, a faction that activates their almonds pretty hard. For me, it's chaos quite a bit. But, like, you know, a lot of people get their almonds activated by Tyranids, and if that's what you're into, you know, that's what you're into. Hell yeah. Alright, so we got your guns and bullshit. And, oh yeah, let's get this guy who's got the knife. Is made of a comms unit. I'm just gonna paint the entire thing metal just to show it's kind of like a very, very kind of like clumsily built knife. Because I think it's more fun. Once again, it needs to be pretty ramshackle. I don't want to quite do rust. I mean, I know these are the Rust Vultures, but I don't want this to be like a Nurgle thing where it's like, here's a guy, he's covered in rust. Like, maybe I might do like little accents of it every now and then. There are worse opportunities to plug, yeah. Not many, but there could be worse, sure. For sure. There we go. That's where I put my fantastic Lizardman army if you want one. I mean, you know, if you want to get one from Collectible Squids, you could. You totally could. I'm also realizing that the metal I brought today to the shop was more like a dark aluminum and not the gun metal. Which is fine. All my bolters and stuff look legit. Here, I can show you real quick what I was working on today. Let me use up all the paint on here. For the bolter, I need to go back and hit up some. I don't know why. For me, bolters are like one of my least favorite things to paint. I always feel like every bolter is like incredibly super complicated. Like there's just so much going on, and like actively painting it always just feels like there's a million fucking things that need to be like different colors. So yeah, I'm not a big. I like the bolter as a weapon in universe. Whenever it comes to painting it, though, I just like my brain shuts down. Like, oh fuck, god damn it, more bolter. what was the idea. I mean, I could, but the thing is, I want them to still look like, I want them to differentiate from my Death Guard. If I just covered them in rust, people would be like, weird Raven Guard, Death Guard, yo. Because that's just kind of the aesthetic there. So I might try to go back and do like maybe some like battle damage scratches, or like maybe some like chipped metal around the edges. Like that's not off the table. Chipped metal around the edges isn't off the table. But yeah, I do want them to read differently from like a Death Guard sort of deal, or like a Nurgle thing in general. Which I think right now these read pretty well. Like the gray and the orange, I think, is a very evocative of Rust color scheme, while still being like, clearly this guy's a loyalist, you know? I do think Dark Eldar are neat. They're like one of those infinite armies that, like, if I had infinite time and infinite money, I would love just to have like a pure fucking like homunculi army, just like all the flesh shapers and the paint engines and stuff. That's my favorite aspect of the Dark Eldar. Like, what? How likes the flesh guys who like make everything worse and make horrible abominations? I know, right? Shocking. Never been done before by me. I can print a lot of things, to be fair. You like the... And these guys, because they're like 15 millimeter, they're very like, you know, the details are very small. I'm very like, you know, they don't need to be perfect. I basically finished up a bunch of these guys. Oh, you're in. Oh, I see. It's kind of weird because it's like, if I had infinite money, I don't know how much, like, I don't think I'd really be getting new models a crazy amount. I think for me, the infinite money would just be like buying more time, more or less. Yeah, my local shop's doing a 15 millimeter thing, which I think is going to be neat. We're doing a 15 millimeter Bad Ab War event, which I'm pretty excited about. So I made a bunch of itty bitty little guys, and I was working on them today at the LGS, which was a lot of fun. And they're mostly done. Like, I need to do an enamel wash on all of them, and then also I would like to go... Did I get the chamber thing? No, I didn't. Didn't get this fuck-ass little chamber thing. Like, I got basically everything done but the vehicles, and I need to, like, finish them and then do some enamel washes on everything. But progress is being made on them, and I'm okay with that. Once again, if they're not going to be my best work. They're very much like, I need a serviceable army for this event, and that's kind of been the ethos. Is like, they're itty bitty. The detailing isn't particularly crazy. That is really the thing where it's like, if I had infinite money, it would be like, you know, maybe like have someone handle the food for me to save time. Really, the big thing is if I didn't need to work, which would be nice. Once again, I'm sad that VTubing wasn't a thing when I was a NEET, because I had all that time that I could have been... I guess I could have tried to learn to become a Twitch streamer at the time, but I didn't really have the computer or the setup or the... Honestly, there was a lot of, like, growing up I need to do. Just like, you know, get that... I got that hag experience, which is nice, but you have to earn hag experience. It needs to be tempered by life. And when I was a NEET, I was not really doing a lot. How you doing, Gotslanesh? I got some Emperor's Children 39. I got some Emperor's Children guys. Well, they're like word bearers who have fallen to Slanesh, so I'm using Emperor's Children models. They're basically word bearers who partied too hardy. But yeah, nothing right now is immediately on the docket for them. I have stuff like, I never did fully finish them off, but I've also been using them primarily with I've been using them primarily for playing 3rd edition 40k, so I can kind of mix and match the ones I have painted with the armies I need to, like, with the armies I play for that game. So it's not like they were wasted, but I've never really did a whole, like, 10th edition Slanesh army. And for 11th edition, I don't know. I don't know. If I never play a game of 11th edition, I won't weep, but I kind of think it'd be nice just to play at least once. Just to say I have. Like I said, I mostly stick to older editions these days, just because that's what I'm into. I just let my local groups play, and that's what we have the most fun with. which is fun. I enjoy them, but once again, speaking about like, oh, like people who are like Warhammer VTubers now, that does kind of alienate me from a lot of what they're into. It's a very strange thing that like being as hyper niche as I am in a lot of aspects, that it's cool because like I'm a trailblazer, I'm doing my own thing. You're not going to run anyone like me, but it's like, oh yeah, but then you're not going to run anyone like me. I'm not going to run to anyone like me. It's just very specific. Eldar's the best faction. Interesting. I do have the Blades of Cain kill team that I was given really cheap. So one of these days I do need to paint that one. Oh fuck! Didn't get like the back like vents. I'm about to like vents and jets at the same time. That just didn't work. I do need to work on that one of these days. I picked them up for pretty. No, I did. I picked them up for pretty cheap, and then I currently left them in a box. That's another thing I've been doing is I've been cleaning up my workstation. There's what's it called? I haven't super looked into this, but there's this idea called like the 5S methodology, which I've not really worked. It's really funny because like you guys know you guys know, oh, it's like a reptilian-esque tale. You guys know Thing Japan, right? That's like pretty common parlance. That even applies to like work behavior. Yeah, sweet service surprise, Snoop Dogg. I think that's how that goes. Oh, it's like it's basic. I forget exactly what all the S's are. Also, it's like 5 S's in Japanese, and it's one of those things that in order to translate it into English, you have to kind of like turn those into phrases to start with S's. It's supposed to be for like industrial manufacturing of like making things more efficient by like slowly tweaking your workstation, finding specific tools really easy to do. I think the general idea is like the less friction you have in your workshop or whatever, the more likely you're able to do stuff. Because I think it's the idea. It's like you know, if it takes me a while to find my knife, my hobby knives, then it's like, oh, that's wasted time. And like maybe like losing your hobby knives a couple of times isn't a big deal. But then if that's like a repeated thing, you're like, oh, that's just like, you know, times you don't hobby. And even in more of a hobby context where it's like, oh, the more paint, like that's sometimes I think that does happen for like a lot of times people don't want to work on their minis because like it's a hassle. Like you have to like clean off a space and you have to, yeah, it is like reducing friction. Yeah. Reducing friction, but Japan. But yeah, that is very true. It's like, you know, and like, that's also something to like, I'm definitely in that category of like, isn't diagnosed, but pretty sure for ADHD. And I did pick up a book a long time ago about organizing like spaces for ADHD people. And it was like, you need it to be accessible. You need it to be easy to visually like see what's in it. You need to make it really easy to clean. You need to make it really easy to put shit up. I did something for Jesus. I'm working on my Rust Vultures. They are an Intercessor squad for a custom homebrew chapter called the Rust Vultures. Yippee. Or I mean, you say that, but that's pretty grit. The great samurai Muwashi there. I don't know. I might need to workshop the name a little bit, but I think there's legs there. On your, that's fucked up. You call that my persona. I know they're not that different, but like that wounds me deeply. But yeah. I mean, that is the thing too, where it's like I realize that like, oh yeah, there's models I haven't worked on because they're very like out of sight, out of mind. So I just forget about them. So like these guys who I'm working on, I've left them in a box that's just been sealed and I haven't seen them. Like I pulled them out to test something. I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm working on them now. Cause they're like there visually. I can see them now. And also 39DK, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Welcome. So yeah, I think there is some legs to this idea for sure. I do think it's neat. What are you doing? Oh yeah, the back bit. Executioner cable. Oh yeah, for 100% too. Yeah, that's been a thing a lot where it's like, for me, this like arguably like this is the most dangerous stage of a mini, where it's like, oh, I need to work on this, but there's like a bunch of little like things that need touched up because it's so easy just to be like, all right, base coat, and like base coating is like you know, it's pretty time consuming and you can fuck it up, but like it's always like, oh god, there's like little bits and pieces I gotta touch up on. Like that's where a thing getting finished goes to die for me personally, which is something I have to like prepare for and look out for. Because that can be tricky. That can be tricky. But yeah, I don't know. Like I've been working on cleaning up my workshop, but that was before I found out about that. I only I think I've heard about that 5S methodology before, but I only rediscovered it just because I heard other people talking about it. I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. It is funny though, because it is like the Wikipedia page has like, you know, basically everything you need, so you don't really need any other instruction. But also, like, it's one of those things that, like, if you look up, like, a lot of things, like wellness facts have, like, YouTube people that are just, like, a fey 24-year-old girl who's just like, I'm Madeline Flowers, and I do productivity notebooks all day. And today I'm going to tell you about this productivity hack. Me and my husband and my 1-year-old baby, Saturn, we went to a field and picked some apples, and in order to make sure that the trip was successful, I planned everything out in my notebook. And like, this might be a little bit mean to talk about them like that, but those women generally have their whole like organization, like personal setup, like pretty legit. So like they know what they're talking about, even if they're very funny. Yeah. Yeah, sort, set, in order, shine, standardize, and sustain. Yeah, it's been Englished up a bit, but like that's like not a bad mindset. Should I put it on more detail or not? My process is like, if you think it'll really jazz up the mini, put it on. If you think that detail will stop you from finishing that mini, don't put on any details that you know, like, you know, a painted mini is better than a mini that's not painted. But would a mini with a little bit extra bling be even better? Sure, but like if the mini never gets painted, that bling doesn't mean shit, you know? But yeah. But yeah, I might start doing that, like, look at my backlog and like how can I organize things to kind of like make it a bit more all that, like make it easier to clean, stuff like that. If you don't like it, if you don't like it, yeah, definitely don't put it on. At the end of the day, that's the big one. If you're like, I don't like this detail, don't put it on. Even if it's like, quote unquote, mandatory, take that shit off. More water. Thank you, nerds are still drying a little bit. What do I want to do with the... I want to do some more dry brushing with the lads. Yeah, might as well. I'll do one, maybe. I think only one really needs it. I'll get that, like, what color was I doing? I think it was like the gray. There we go. This cool gray. We'll get some of the highlights. I love these little sponges. I love these little like makeup blender brushes that are just itty bitty. They're super nice for mini painting. I think the full size ones are handy, but like a lot of times that size is kind of a waste. Very good, very good. So let's get that on there. There we go. Start touching up stuff. Yeah, boy, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Well, nice because this kind of gets into like the legs and the gooch a lot better than the bigger blender brushes for sure. The only tricky thing is it holds less what's it called? It holds less stuff. I have 5 others, a box of them. I don't know. So what you feeling like? Are you gonna do them one at? I guess they are like. I will say they are big enough that like if you did them one at a time, that that's really. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess some of this area could be a little bit brighter than the others. Like they're big enough that like if you do them one at a time, it's not like you're doing like a bunch of infantry. So that's probably not the worst. But yeah, I guess that's the other option too. Is you could like work on some of the other ones while you're like figuring stuff out. Once again, get them done. At the end of the day, you gotta get them done. Fucking chest. There's little details I'll never fucking reach. Yeah, oh yeah, muscle stuff is like, I don't know, there's like a lot of like skin and stuff like that, because I paint mostly like horrible flesh monsters and dudes in armor, I do have like a couple things like that that are definitely like weaknesses of mine, for sure. Get like in there? Kinda. Get the side bits. There we go. I also imagine once the enamel wash starts hitting, this is going to even the fuck up, so I'm not super worried. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, trolls are pretty chill. I do like those Troggoth models. I see them like at the LGS. They always have like a couple on sale, because like my shops has like a used Age of Sigmar section and a used 40k section, and like the 40k section has a pretty high turnaround, other than like a million billion Primaris lieutenants and stuff like that nobody needs. Like that's where naughty Primaris lieutenants go just to rot forever. But there's like a pretty sizable Age of Sigmar section, and there is some good shit in there, but it's like shit I don't really need. But it's why I like popping in there every now and then. I could be like, ooh, like I got my Chaos Space Marine jump captain for like basically nothing. It's pretty great. There we go. Probably sponge a couple things a little bit better, but not too bad. Oh yeah, can I get your dig? There you go. Get that crotch plate. Yippee! Let's go. $5 a model. I mean, considering that a lot of G-Dub stuff is like $10 a model, that's... I don't know if that's your shop being a scam. I just think that's just Games Workshop being a scam. Speaking about scams, I need to do an ad break, so I'll see you guys in like 3 minutes. Wow. All right, we back. Oh yeah, one of the angels from the Book of Revolution. The Book of Revelation was about mayo chips, right? I think it's like Mayonicus or something like that. You know, it has like the head of a ram, and then the ass of a ram, and then the hooves of a ham. No, the hooves of a ham, like the classic cartoon like ham bone hands. That's what it's got. It's got just like little flat hands. Its wings are also hams, and it is the angel of pork and mayo and chips. Yeah. It came to me in a dream. Horrifying. Thank you. Hey, let's listen. There's a reason why angels say "Be not afraid," because you get the ham angel, and he has to warn you. He has to be like, "Yo, this is gonna fuck your shit up." Says me, the angel. What do I actually do? Hold on. This orange is a pain in the dick to paint. But let me try something. Big Ham is going to smite me. Good. They'll be able to do it. Big Ham's very powerful. Not a ham. I'm going to try that like Joe Sonia's magic mix, which I've used for like glazing and stuff in the past. Oh, I'm everyone's guardian angel. That's worrying. I shouldn't be. I can be you're a lot of things, but angel should not be one of them. So yeah, let's mix these colors together. And let's see how this works. That's going pretty smooth this way. God, this is way up in my feral. I should wash this out, but like, right now it's fine. I can be your angel, your hevel. Heveled ham. There we go. Okay, let's also zoom in a little bit more too. I'm on medium. About the Emperor being alive-ish. Oh, so if we're talking about the new trailer, I'm gonna be honest, it's like a stylized thing. It's like a metaphor kinda. I don't think he's actually in any different state than he's ever been in before. It's just like a fun visual thing. I think a lot of people like, you know, like we live in a society, but I think a lot of people are just like YouTube brained, reveal brained, spoiler brained. Like they see something clearly meant to be kind of like, you know, like a symbolic representation of the Emperor. Yeah, like to the point where like people, like the people who like, you know, did a cool thing, like, oh yeah, if you actually check out the Emperor's teeth, it's missing the second and the 11th tooth. I was like, that's cool. That's a cool little like Lost Primarch callback. But then a lot of people are like, the Emperor alive? It's like, no, I don't think that's. I don't, you know. Would I put it past Games Workshop to make the Emperor alive? Nah, not really. They could kind of just do whatever to the setting at any time, and that's just the nature of the beast there. But I think that is fully like in the realm of like, no, it's just all metaphor. That's what I heard, but I've not actually counted it either. That could also be bullshit. I could be spreading misinformation on the internet. But also, yeah, I think that's fully like metaphor. I wouldn't take it too literally. Whether it's actual God, I don't know. Here's the thing: I have not read the Horus Heresy series, and a lot of weird shit goes down during the Siege of Terra with the Emperor. Like a lot of shit that's like weird in a way that I don't think they needed to do that. And I've heard about like secondhand, but like. Because of that, I don't know anymore. Like what should have been like the Emperor's on the Golden Throne suffering forever. No. Who fucking knows anymore? It could be anything. I think it probably is the Emperor though. I think it probably is the Emperor on there. I do think that's probably real. But then you get shit with like Urda and whatnot, like helping make the Astartes, and you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I like some of the books in the Horus Heresy, and I thought they were fine. But there are some shit where, like, a lot of weird secondary extra stuff was added to the Heresy where it's just like, basically anything. Also, how you doing, Golem 40K? I was about to say, I hate John Grammaticus, so that's fine. Also, how you doing, Tism Breaker? That is an Iron Warrior's hammer, if I've ever heard of one. How you doing, Bloodseeker? What are you working on? What are you working on? And also, Lord Odokuro. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about John Grammaticus, the worst. But yeah, for people who don't know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimico from Interpainting Vtuber of the Nurgle's Game Variety. And how you doing? How you doing, Seven Bays? I'm currently working on a chapter called the custom homebrew chapter called the Rust Vultures, which is going pretty well. John Grammaticus is a perpetual who mostly exists in, I actually think he only exists in the Horus Heresy timeline, really. He speaks in an American accent as told to you by a British man, which is the funniest shit. I will say it's really funny when the 40K people try to do an American accent. It's like, mind you, like I always go like, oh, me, I'm a British. Oh, I'm a British. You got a license for that, and you know it's bad. And also, Bloodseeker, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. So for me, it's like, you know, hearing a bad American accent, I empathize, and I'm like, you know, hell yeah, let's go. Equal opportunity, terrible accents. I'm technically on board for it, but no, I don't like perpetuals. I don't like the perpetuals. I don't like it when a character is like, I like 40K, but you know what? This reminds me of the Battle of the Bulge. It just takes me right the fuck out. Hey, it's all good, Golem. It's all good. Have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Killed him in a stroke. Yeah, Balcador is one of those people that they could bring back, and I don't think it would be like, it would be a big deal, but I don't think it'd be like, what the fuck, Games Workshop. I think you could probably get away with bringing him back, but yeah, no, I'm like I said, overall, just not a big fan of perpetuals. Not a big fan of them. Your dad come back? No, I'm your new dad now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it has to be this way. But yeah, not a big fan. But yeah, that's what I say. It's like some of the stuff. It's like because I have not fully read all of the like the end and the death stuff. There's like a lot of bullshit that I can't 100% confirm or deny whether how bullshit it is these days. I really don't fucking know. Who can say? Now, would I like to read those books? Someday, maybe, but like, I have to read so many books before I get to that point. Yeah, I actually don't mind the idea of like Emperor Demons. I like that as like an explanation for how like Saint Celestine works and like the Legion of the Damned. I think I'm okay with that. That's like not particularly crazy lore breaking. It fits with stuff we've already seen. So like, yeah, that's fine. I forget exactly how canon that is. And I'm going to be honest too. I'm also someone who doesn't really give a shit about the canon. I'm going to be real. As somebody who mostly plays older editions and does my own shit and like with my own dudes, I couldn't give a fuck about like named 40K characters really. Outside of books, I like reading about them. But like, I don't need the setting to be clear and concise for what I get out of it. That doesn't bother me too much. So it's like I can stick to the idea that the Emperor's on the Golden Throne and he's still been doing the same thing he's been doing since 1998. And I'm okay with that, you know? That's fine. So much thin orange. I will say this, like, at least doing orange this way has been slightly thicker. I mean, like slightly flows better, I mean. But because of the orange, it's like I have to, like... Oh, that flows way better. Okay, so the secret to orange is I actually have to use, like, a thick dilution medium so I get, like, softer blends. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. John Syntax, the enemy of John Grammaticus. But Alpha Leech is dumb. I don't know. Like I said, for me, it takes me out of the setting. But like, you know, if you like them, that's fine. You're allowed. People are allowed to like things I don't. I don't get upset when people like things I dislike on the internet. So how you doing, Renathic Mini? How you doing? Sure, set for all the rest. Oh god. Is there even any shards left? I know fucking Magnus got sharded. I don't know how that fucking works. Also, how's it going, the Bug King? Welcome everybody. Welcome. If you did not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerdlands game variety. I'm currently working on some Loyalist Marines. They're called the Rust Vultures. They are pretty legit, if I do say so myself. What are you working on, Nerd? What are you working on? I'm currently dealing with the fact that I chose orange as a highlight color. And then also, Allison Silverhair, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the workshop. Welcome. It's like a Chuck Norris. I mean, that's kind of how people treat Sly Marbo, as kind of like this similar to Chuck Norris memes. But is there a more direct Chuck Norris reference? There could be. I don't fucking know. There's a lot of things that could be in 40K. I totally forgot to highlight this guy's foot. They can go back and fix and stuff like that. Yeah, now we got like Primarchs and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of Primarchs coming back. Once again, I like the your dudes aspect of the hobby. So for me, like even like list where it's like, oh yeah, this is why I play older editions, because if you play like 11th edition or 10th edition, it's like, what's an Ultramarines list look like? It's Calgar, it's fucking Gilliman. It might be like another guy like fucking Titus or Uriel Ventress or something like that. And then maybe just like a couple of dorks of like, you know, maybe like one base unit that's just like a base unit just to say you have one. And then a bunch of other just weird shit. Not a big fan. Where's Infinity Modes? Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. I am teetering on the edge of L points, maybe trying more Infinity stuff. I have there's like an assortment of weird. I have like the Pano Force, like the military orders force from back in the day. That's just built but not painted. I have the Toha sectorial box from back in the day, but I hear they're in a weird squatted, not squatted state, so I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. I have a couple of miscellaneous Morad Aggression Force dudes. I have like the hot hacker lady, and then just like a couple of Dorkos, but not enough to ever run it as like a cohesive thing. That's always what I heard, that like Toha kind of exists, and like on one hand it's like, oh, that's cool, but it's like, that's not comforting. But I mean, I already have the models, so it's like, I guess you could say, oh yeah, if we're going like Chuck Norris is a perpetual joke, yeah, I guess you could say that. I guess that could be a thing, true. I need a little bit more of that magic mix. I think it's starting to kind of separate a little bit. If I go ahead and just do that pretty thin, it doesn't matter. I think the only reason they don't is because, from what I understand, the line is pretty bad. Mechanically. I think if the line was good, you would see him in every Dark Angels list, like you see Gilliman in every Ultramarines list. Oh yeah, you can post links. I mean, don't send me to like virus.porn or whatever, but like if you're showing like something reasonable, I'm okay with it. There we go. Especially if you're like showing like the models you're working on, that's fine. I'm a-okay with that. Yeah, that's true. I am the proud owner of knifeear.com as well. How you doing, Lord Master? We're talking about some of Bug King was asking about links, and I was like, yeah, just don't send me to like virus.porn or whatever, you know. There we go. Let's see, and oh hell yeah, let's go. So the weird thing is with Knife Ear, it's you have to do HTTP. Hold on. It's really stupid. I have not properly like secured that. Like if you go to HTTP, hold on. There we go. Illuminate for Emerald. Hey, let's go. You should do that. You should paint mini. Okay, this one should work. I know how to fix this, and I just need to sit down and do that. Hey, let me write me a note. Sip. Okay, maybe I have to fix that then. Maybe I have to fix that. I think a lot, to be fair, I think a lot more browsers are shutting down unsecured links, which they should, to be fair. They should, but that means my shitty little website I gotta fix. But yeah, looks pretty legit. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I gotta get in and add a bunch of highlight bullshits. I'm gonna be really, really streaky at this stage. The magic mix is helping me blend this pretty well. This shouldn't be too bad overall. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe someday. When it comes to newer games I'm looking into, though, it is Star Wars Legion and Quar of all things. I am intrigued by Quar. I'm not gonna lie. Every now and then I'm like, God, Quar stuff is really fucking neat. And so it's like I want to do something with that someday. This is really streaky. I find like a good ratio with this magic mix is a little tricky, but it does mean that like my orange can go on pretty smooth if I get it just right. So I just gotta sort of feel my way around to like the perfect ratio. I have not. No, I need to. The fact that like I think Total Warhammer is neat, but it's just a game I haven't invested a lot of time in. But like, I might go back in. I might go back in for my boys. I love the lads. Oh yeah, there is going to be a XCOM. It's made by a lot of the people who worked on XCOM. I think they just like fled to their own studio. It's going to be like a Clone Wars era game. I will probably stream that. I don't know when the fuck it's coming out, mind you. But I would like to. I would like to play it. Because I think that's got enough shit going on that the premise sounds neat. There we go. Yeah. They're doing end time stuff. So it's you're getting like the Glockkin. I assume the Maggoth Lords are in there too. Oh, thank you. Oh, look at the Glockkin. Look at that fat fuck. Oh, my boys! Oh, my beautiful boys. Oh, they're the classic style too. They're not like, I like the, mind you, I do like the Age of Sigmar Blight Kings, but the older style Blight Kings were like legitimately one of my favorite kits of all time. You buy one box of those and you have bits forever. Yeah, I finished XCOM. I'm not a coward. I will finish an XCOM. I did it. Everybody look at them. Look how handsome they look. Beautiful. Perfect. So good. Well, get that. Hold on. What is this? Oh yeah, that's from Squid's shop. I don't need that anymore. Okay, let me get those fucking Love and Deep Space Boys. Get out of my fucking sight. I have to show the fat fucks. Hell yeah. Put them on screen. Someone that looks at you like Hal looks at Blight Kings. I mean, I'm sure some people would be excited to be dissected by me, but I feel like that's a pretty niche audience. Oh, that's super good. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Do not worry if you're, you know, a lot of times I raid and run as well because it's usually like later. You got stuff to do. Totally get it. But yeah, have yourself a good night and take it easy. Yeah. Yeah, the new ones aren't bad. And they do feel, I will say, they do feel more kingly. Like if you want to put the king in the Blight Kings, the new ones definitely fit that a lot better. But I do think like I said, I think the older ones were like legitimately one of the best kits Games Workshop has ever put out. Like in terms of like value and build variety. I bought 2 of them and I still have all kinds of bits. If somebody was like, hey, Hal, here's a death. Oh, did I paint that one? I should paint that. If somebody, I'm down. You shouldn't be down for that. If somebody was like, Hal, here's a Death Guard model, jazz it up. I could go into my closet, grab those bits, and jazz it the fuck up, like pretty easily. It's super convenient that way. Getting a little watery, but nothing too bad. So these guys got like a million angles. I'm at that stage where it's like I need to get all those. Oh, fuck it. a little bit where I didn't want it. Can I sponge that up? Yeah. I will say, Bird, that I am a big Nurgle guy, so like you're gonna see a lot of that kind of shit here. At least you're like cool. Like once again, I've had people tell me that my army makes them want to throw up, and I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Hell yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. My power, it's growing. Okay, now that the orange is settling, it does look pretty good with this glaze mixed in. That means I definitely will need to seal this. Too nice for that sort of thing. For dissection? Oh, well, you'll find out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see. You were saying you can appreciate them on like on an individual level, but you don't want like a whole army of them would be a bit much. No, that's fair. That's fair. It's very Halloween festive. Also, how you doing, Madeira? How you doing? I'm working on my lads. And okay, you are good-ish. And then I need to go to you because you never got similar highlights, or I think you kind of did. Yeah, one of my favorite things to paint are like this is why like I think armies like high elves and stuff and like Lumineth are cool, but I just like painting the horrible gribbly mutant fucked up flesh shit too much. To the point that like a nice like clean like uniform army, like I just don't think I would vibe with. Like I think it'd be neat from a challenge perspective. Like I do have some high elves in a drawer. Because I got them when they were viable for Age of Sigmar, for Cities of Sigmar, and then it was basically like a unit of Shadow Warriors, like a couple units of the Phoenix Guard. I don't know, the main like high elf kind of unit, and 2 Phoenixes. One of them which I've sold to a friend. I still have a Frost Phoenix, which I kind of want to cut that up. Oh god, I tried to make a great cling one. Those are harder to make than you would think. You're just like, oh, just take a great unclean one and make it smooth. No, that's incredible. It did not work out. It did not work out. But yeah, it's to be fair, that's like a weakness of mine and something that maybe like to improve as an artist, I should challenge myself with the Kling army. But whatever. Like that might be a thing that would be good to do one of these days. But who knows when the fuck that'll be? I have too many grimy, dirty, fucked up projects first. I got too much bullshit to do first. Oh fuck, I gotta fix the feet later, but that's fine. Especially because this guy's got like a weird little bit where it's like part of his foot got released weird. The other foot's fine-ish, but I think I'm just gonna cover them with dirt later. So it'll sit a bit like bit more flush. Bit more on there. Also unsure when I want to start doing like enamel stuff. But yeah, someday it'd be nice to make a great Kling one. Someday. Or someday it'd be nice just to unfuck my old one into something coherent. But I got other projects to do. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, especially because like I like the internet. It's a very specific like simulacrum of how people interact. So like if you see a lot of like weird shit online, like I'm an online person, probably terminally so. But that's very different than real life too. So I like a lot of stuff. They're like, yeah, like is online ruining everything? Well, it's like I don't know. Some of that stuff already existed pre-online. Some of that stuff is like doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, people are fun. Wow. Oh yeah, Sylvaneth are pretty legit. I like I think they're the branch witches, the ones that are just like a little tiny tree with like an angry elf spirit in there. I do think those are pretty neat. I think they're kind of like a cool take on wood elves in general, though. Big fan. Yeah, I'm definitely like that. I mean, that's why I like enjoying being a VTuber. I do get to be way more open online for sure. It's nice. I get it like to be more myself, which is just like a thing that feels ironic being a VTuber, but unironically, yeah. It's like the old internet thing where it's like I get to be a persona. I don't have like any like real name attached to it, stuff like that. It's great. It's excellent. And that's why I like being a VTuber to pieces. It lets me express myself and have fun, and also be anime. Like what's not to love? That's why when people are always like the people who get like really crazy about like VTuber stuff, and I'm like, this is a fun, beautiful hobby of people expressing themselves and being creative and doing neat things and trying to make you smile, you sad fuck, why you like this. And it's like, I hope someday they can find peace, but it's very unlikely. I do think some people should not be online, and you can't stop them from getting online. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Luckily, I have a bad memory too, so sometimes embarrassing things can fall out. Other things will just fucking lock in my dome, never to escape. So like, you know, you can spin the dice on that. Oh yeah, no, someone asked me about 39 asked me about like what's the tail like on my fursona, and it's technically not different. Like, I'm gonna be honest, getting a VTuber model is not that different in terms of both like cost and like what goes into it. So like I feigned being upset, but it's really not significantly different, and that's fine, you know. I'm okay with that. I've never really been like, nothing furry wise is super excited to me, but like, and there are like horrible furries out there, but like a lot of pillars of things were built by furries. Well, you know, you got to give credit where credit is due. I could be like, I'm not exactly into the same shit, but like, you know, as a community, you have done a lot of things. You have made a lot of things. I enjoyed web fishing. I did like web fishing. I think that game is still basically shut down because like someone was like doxing it was like some weird thing where they were like doxing the dev or something. Some just like bad internet behavior bullshit. All right. Could definitely be touched up a bit. I could. So how you doing, Ugly? How's it going? Welcome. How you doing? It's fucking. Like, I was like, that's a fucking Gene Wilder emote. Also, how you doing, a fairy song? Welcome. How you doing? I'm working on my dudes. I've been working on my Rust Vultures, and they are coming along. I think I could just slowly layer on orange into the heat death of the universe, and I might just be doing that anyway, you know? How you doing, Lauren? How you doing? Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised, you know. Because even not necessarily like not safe for work stuff. I think VR chat probably led to a lot of people like even if it's not like a tech thing, it's just like, you know, a lot of people who like made models for VR chat people went on to make models for like VTubers and went on to do things for games and stuff like that. There's a lot of staying on the shoulders of perverts in various ways. Someone in chat's possessed by an owl. Big if true. Let's see. A little bit on there. And then also Ugly81, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Welcome. I'm pretty happy the way the lads are turning out. Lads are turning out pretty legit. Still have a lot to do though. Unavoided. Yup. Listen, who? Nah, I'm too powerful for that. I'm not gonna walk into your pun trap. You fuck nerd. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Like a lot of stuff, even things that should be simple, are like, oh, here's like a million billion little like chains and ornaments and other bullshit. Really ruffles my feathers. Really rustles them jimmies. Indeed. Yeah, my Beaky boys. It has been nice painting the Beaky style. Oh, the other, okay, that guy's kind of like right up a little bit. I also do wonder how much this is like once I do the enamel wash, which I could maybe make an attempt on the enamel just to see how it looks at this stage. I'll need to like highlight the feet a bit more, but I'm also going to be covering those with stuff later, so like it should be fine. Things are going pretty. I keep putting I put my pencil, my brush in the wrong thing. I was a little worried too because like I'm like. This happens a lot where I'm at, where it's like immediately before stream, it'll start thunderstorming really bad. I'm like, oh no. I mean, they gotta, you know, you gotta headbutt at least once. I have to imagine Marines headbutt a decent amount. If you got a beaky helm, you might as well. I'm sure depending on the thing, it's gonna break, but like, you know, that's a cool thing to do. Well, the big thing is like if you headbutt as a Marine and your helmet breaks off and your face is exposed, congratulations, you're a named character now. You're probably gonna live. So how you doing, Skymall? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, a lot of bestiary arm things do have a lot of details. I love bestiary arm to pieces, but you're not wrong. You are not wrong. There's a lot of detail on those motherfuckers sometimes. Sometimes to their detriment. There we go, there. Hate how right you are. I'm right about many things. And there's so many. Oh yeah. I also do think the Beast of Nurgle stuff has a lot of bits that you can just keep for later. Sometimes people will give me Beast of Nurgle bits, like, do you need this like weird mouth howl? And the answer is yes. Even if the answer is should be technically no, the answer is yes. I'll take if somebody hands me Nurgle bits, I'll be like, thank you. Will I use them soon? No, but will I use them? Probably. How are you doing, Oni? How you doing? Hit your bases. Hey, let's go. Congrats on your PNG tubering. Put on the feet. Yeah. I've been doing a lot of base. Do I have my bases near? Oh, I do. Actually, shit. I can show you guys. Hold on. Let me get a little bit on here on the chest, and I'll show you the base I was going to use for my speeder. Hold on. I can work on this guy because he needs some TLC. So yeah, this is that base I was talking about for my speeder. It is technically a piece of terrain from one-page rules I got ages ago, like an urban ruin. And, you know, I add some mud, and I add some, like, add some little rocks, add some sand. It's shiny because I sealed it with Mod Podge, just to be sure. And the plan is my speeder is going to be like, I'm not going to have it float. I'm going to have my speeder like this on the side. So, like, they're doing, like, a cool, like, side kind of angle. So, like, you know, they're not driving flat. But also that means that, like, this will be pretty solid. This part will be glued. This part will be glued. This part in the back might have some glue. And also it means low profile, so it'll fit better in my storage case. Sometimes the things are too tall. If it's too tall, like, it fits weird. Like, Games Workshop is like, oh yeah, here's a stand like this big, and like, I get it. The Games Workshop ideal is like, I want to like evoke the feeling of this being in the air. And that's like a reasonable design goal. But like, I've seen how their little tiny bases work, and they fucking suck. Source me, Puscoil Blightlords, fuck off. They put everything on this big-ass evil deathfly onto like one stinger. Like one tiny bit of stinger. That shit breaks off constantly. So like that's bad enough, but then also like it makes it so tall that like I have to bring it in a much larger container than I would normally. I mean, I will say at least Battlefleet Gothic is a game where like having them all high kind of makes sense. Like if you put everything in a Battlefleet Gothic in the same box, that's fine, but like my dudes aren't going to be that big. Nothing else is going to be quite that size in just raw height. So that means that, like, do I have to upgrade them to a higher box? That's just wasting space. There's nothing else will use that level of height. Well, you know, I mean, you know, if it does make transporting your Battlefleet Gothic easier and thus, once again, makes it more likely that you'll play games, yeah, go for it. I think that makes sense. Getting real bright on there. This guy I think is definitely gonna need, because I think we're now reaching the point where the pigment's getting thicker, so I gotta like really get the blends going. Geost actions. I mean, you could play the current one. Like the existing Battlefleet Gothic does have Xeno ships, and like it's in that like Mordheim zone. Not quite as big as Mordheim, because Mordheim just has like a spicy secret sauce that still vibes with people. But like, there are still people that play Battlefleet Gothic and like maintain community rules and do events and stuff like that. I think you're more likely for that. I don't know if Games Workshop is ever going to go back to it proper style. I wouldn't wait too much on it. If you're like, I would love to play Battlefleet Gothic, I would find someone with a printer and get them to print out you some ships and then go from there. I think that's probably the best way. How you doing, Russell? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I've not played it myself. It's one of those like bucket list games for me. Mordheim was also a bucket list game, but now Mordheim is just a game. I would like to give it a go, though. I'd like to print out some Chaos ships. I think it'd be fun to have, like, ships for all my armies, so, like, make, like, a Rust Vulture cruiser kind of dealio. Oh, shit. I did not dry brush the little charm. I need to go back and do that later. Wait, how you nerds doing? How you nerds doing? I'm working on my lad. It's going pretty good. Give it a shot or a shot even. Big if true, big if true. I could probably, to be fair, I could probably find them on my own, but like, I might ask you on that. I am knowledgeable in the ways of finding shit on the internets. Let's see. Got this. It's fish on, dude. Hell yeah, nice. Was it also a Armageddon Marine, or is it for like a different thing or faction or whatever? But either way, hell yeah, let's go. I am slowly working my way through the I mean, to be fair, this is one of those things too for people who aren't streamers. They can just be like, I'm gonna paint, do nothing but paint for 2 weeks, and like you could be like, well, how you can do that, and you're not wrong. But also, like, I got like game groups and stuff like that. But they're like, yeah, I just went eight like I tried to say like ape shit and beast mode at the same time, and that didn't work out. But yeah, they could just go absolutely hog wild and just knock that shit out. I'm like, damn, nice. But you know, no rush. I'm not in a big hurry to get them done. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. I was working on some heresy guys as well. Let's see, I can show you real quick. My shop for some reason had an entire heavy support squad with Iron Warriors upgrades for like $10. So I was like, I picked them up, and I'm still gonna paint them as word bearers. I gave them alternate word bearer helmets, and like, you know, it's a cool mask. I'm all right. I've been sponging them, working on them a little bit. Stab myself in the eye for 2 weeks straight, but sure, you can do it. I believe in you. You're fine. You'll be fine. Don't be a weenie. The fleshy terrain. I have not seen his new stuff. Yeah, it's a really cool helm, but I'm just it's just crazy that someone just got like, you know, could those be 3D prints of official Iron Warriors upgrade kits? Yeah, probably. Do I care? Nah, it's fine. They look legit. Also, like, you know, I 3D print my own bits too, so I don't give a shit. I'm making the mistake of actually like putting things away, which means I can't grab the thing that I'm putting away and show all you nerds without getting up and stuff like that. How you doing, Demo? Welcome. How you doing? Also, let me check the Bavka tribe, because I've not checked in for that in a while, but I do like me some flesh terrain. Ooh, okay. Okay. Oh, I do like the barricade. Ooh, okay. I'll have to look at this later. I'm not jazzed about that. I'm at the point now that like I like my mini factory and I like a lot of people on there. Every now and then when I see a cutesy little graphic, I'm like, oh no, that's fucking AI generated, isn't it, man? You don't got to do this. Zabavka, like for the merchant license, I'm pretty sure generated a little wizard. And I'm like, you don't got to do that. Unenforced error. No one's making you generate a weird little wizard. Yeah, just a dozen or so different yells. That's fair. I mean, I've also seen, like, if you want to, like, I saw a thing where somebody did, like, I think they primed pink, dry brushed white, and then they used, like a yellow speed paint to really knock those out. with like a nice bright vibrant yellow. You don't have to do that exact thing, but that might help. Should be viewed with scorn. I'm gonna be honest, Dima. I use a lot of third-party resin stuff. If you look at this guy, the shoulder pads, resin. If you look at this guy, shoulder pads, resin. Base, resin. Giant fuck-off shield, resin. Cool base for the land speeder, resin. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I have a 3D printer and I use it for a lot of custom bits because it lets me get like really creative with my dudes. Hopefully you meant to say shouldn't with scorn. Because if you say should, I'm gonna be sorry. I have to be honest. I use that shit a lot, and that's not gonna change anytime soon. The colored silicone. You could probably do that. Let's go. That might be possible. Can you print a soul? Watch me, motherfucker. I do think my guy's got soul because I print him with resin. Yeah. It's one of those things that like I don't have a lot of pinks, so I don't think to use them in my workflow outside of like painting like a weird pink tongue or something like that. So like I've not really tried a lot of those like, oh yeah, take this and like layer a pink on there and then paint your color. Like I think I've tried it a couple times. And every time I'm like, oh, cool. Like, I probably honestly could have used that with a lot of the oranges I've been doing for these guys. And I just have not thought to do that. I've just not got around to doing it. Oh, yeah. So this guy's got, like, a raised little pauldron that I gotta get in the bottom bits of. But yeah, at least for me, like, 3D printed bits have, like, a lot of people do cool custom stuff that just doesn't exist. And like do like, you know, there's a lot of neat options. And also I also play a lot of indie war games too, where like 3D printing is kind of like how you get stuff. So that is my jam. I will fully say that I'm very pro team 3D printing. These aren't like official models, but like, you know, I will be using a lot of 3D, especially for like once I start doing the chapter master guy. He's gonna get a lot of 3D bits because that shit's fun. What are you doing? I will say that like the more I layer on the orange, the more vibrant this motherfucker looks, which is good. That's the thing I was a little worried about. It's like I like the vibrancy of the orange kind of like really gels well with kind of like how cool the grays are. It's also going to dull the fuck out once I start applying the enamel washes. Once I start applying the enamel washes, this is going to dull the fuck out. I'm okay with that. The hardest. Ooh. I mean, I do dislike a lot of trim. You know, which is funny because I paint Chaos, the trim faction. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like, excessive trim is hard, but in like an annoying way. I guess things that are like a lot of skin, but like not like a hideous flesh monster. So it's like I want to eventually get better at doing stuff for like Kingdom Death stuff. I have a lot of Kingdom Death models, and that's just like not a painting technique I've really practiced with. So how you doing, Fancy Man? How you doing? Yeah, you can like it. That should be fun. That should be fun. That's not a big deal. Oh, thank you. These are the Rust Vultures, and they're turning out pretty legit. Oh god, it's giant. Hold on. Oh, for some reason it decided to pull this up at like... Oh, you're just fucking around. Okay. Oh, I do like the third arm. I wasn't sure because sometimes people do get weirdly serious about that, and I'm just like, I don't know. Luckily I play in a scene where no one gives a shit, and it's pretty nice and free, so hell yeah. I do like the triple arm. Went to some hobby stores today. Hell yeah, let's go. And yeah, that's my Discord. That's where we watch terrible movies. I'm not sure what movie we're gonna be watching tomorrow. I don't feel. Oh, this is a custom chapter. And then also you can get the drinks too. But yeah, this is one for the big voting competition thing, which is pretty legit. Basically, 16 chapters enter, 1 chapter left. Actually, a couple of chapters left, but like a lot of them died along the way. Yeah, obviously you should go for it. Actually, I don't know. here's the thing. 4 arms are cool, but there's something inherently kind of like goofy and like unique about 3 arms. I think because like people expect 4 arms, but like 3 is like just like irregular enough where you're like, oh, this is just like a fucking weirdo. This is like an absolute fucking weirdo. For a kill team, hell yeah, let's go. Buddy. And just softly keep layering orange all day, and it'll be fine. I might want to move into one of the other ones. This is a tricky bit because I'm effectively doing like soft glazing. I'm glazing, but like in a stupid, uncontrolled way. Which is fun, don't get me wrong, but it's like glazing can be as slow as you want it to be. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. It sounds like you had a busy day. Hell yeah. It sounds like my neighbor dropped some shit. Hopefully they're alright. I'm going with the idea that they purposely forgot their Primarch so that at least they could be more tactically flexible. But mechanically and like honestly, a lot of the design language is going to be very Raven Guard. That's good. I'm basically going to like build them like with a... Once again, I don't know if I'm going to be playing 11th edition at all, but I'm like, well... I got together like a DIY Shadowmark Talon list. So it's like okay, I got like the one guy I got, and then like the other guy who's not Aethon Sharn, the something Shrike or whatever. I got big Shrikes. And then all the stuff from Armageddon, a couple of Marines I got kicking around. I did pick up a box of Incursors at my shop because they were like half off. Used, and I just need to strip some paint from them, which isn't a big deal. Yeah, Kaiven's Strike. Yeah. I forget how many, like, if I calculate all my points, I forget how many I actually got. I want to say I'm somewhere maybe in, like, maybe, like, 1,500, so not quite enough for a full army, but getting there. I can have more, though, if I take some of my Minotaurs and convert them into Rust Vultures, which I might just, got in on my records. So yeah, especially like the new edition too. It's like that's gonna be tricky writing down your armies list and stuff like that. Oh damn, yeah, running out of glue when you're in the zone is the fucking worst. Hopefully you're gonna be out of glue for not too much longer. Get a little bit on there, a little bit on the edges. Looking good. Lads are looking good. Oh yeah, they do have like a little bit of metal bundling on the side, which I think I need to get. Like right back here before I get like too deep. I curse you with unending glue. That sounds like that could backfire. That's like a real monkey's paw wish. Like I wish I never ran out of glue and then you're just like stuck to the wall. Yeah, I've seen a little bit. I've been keeping a little bit track of 11th. It seems neat-ish. There's some changes that seem cool. Like I like the hidden status. I like that actually objectives are tied to buildings instead of just like weird generic circles. Like, I think it's kind of neat. Will I play it? That's a real good question. One I cannot give an answer to. So, but who knows? I might someday. Really depends on what people at the shop are playing. I know some people at the shop will be playing it. Now the question is whether I will. I don't know. Oh, he's got like a little grenade I missed. I still got metal on here. Does it dried up? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Oh god. Yeah, the really weird thing is that the new push fits are actually better. Which fucked me up because they fit more snug, and if you cut off the tips, they actually just like don't fit very well. But yeah, they basically they're like objectives are tied to buildings, so it's you get a bit more diegetic goals and stuff, which I find nice personally. Because that was always the thing too when I have like a couple LGSs, and one of them just basically would play with like weird foam blocks that were like roughly L-shaped ruins. And it was the ugliest shit. It was so ugly. I hated it. I hated that shit. It was the worst. So the fact that that's like, mind you, between that and like, I'm okay with that if it just means that they'll use like okay looking buildings. And I know Games Workshop is doing like $300 for a big thing of pre-made terrain. Hey, best luck at the kill team, yo. Take it easy. But yeah, if it makes looking at games of 40K at the shop better, I am for this change. I 100% am. I think you can still put objective markers on buildings. So like, it's not like those are totally useless. The things that were useless is like, for a while, if you were like, I am a Warhammer influencer, you kind of made your own custom like objectives, like big like 3-inch ring, 4-inch ring, 1-inch ring. You would make a bunch of different rings, and you put like your name on it, you know? And then when they announced that change, a lot of them were like, well, shit. I know like Bricky kind of did like, oh, check out, buy this, get a free coaster or whatever. Stuff like that. Oh, that does sound pretty sick. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, having optional. Like, that's why I don't play a lot of newer editions, because they don't have as much like fun Your Dude's Homebrew stuff. Yeah, the pie plates and stuff. Yeah, it's like, the thing is, it's not like those are totally useless. There are games that still use those. I think Age of Sigmar still kind of does too. But yeah, no, those kind of got, those are not as big as 40K anymore. Which is why people are like, they're coasters now. Because like, you know, you could put a drink on them, I guess. I don't think you would. They're not like good coaster material, but... And I can kind of feel for them, you know? It's like, you know, you're making your own small business as a creator, and then like, Games Workshop makes the rules change like that. But also like, you know, I think it's better for the health of the game, and just like, once again, it looks really bad. When I went to the shop and would see that shit, I'm like, this looks, what do the kids say these days? This looks like shit from a butt. Like, it looked really awful. The worst was like, there was like big styrofoam chunks that weren't even proper ruins. They were just like L-shaped styrofoam chunks with, what was on them? They were spray painted a Legion specific color. I don't want to say which in case there's a weird chance that this would dox me, but they were just spray painted the color of a Legion and just had like a really bland Legion. It basically, it looked like if you went to like the 40K Nerf arena. Like, do you want to play Nerf? Like, yeah, there we go. And it looked really bad. I was just like, oh god, this is taking my shit right the fuck out. I forgot I've not repainted these little leather strips. Yeah, and it's like, you know, if you're playing like airsoft or paintball, airsoft and paintball terrain is fine. You know, that's what you do. I mean, oh yeah, it gets real bad in some areas near me. Now the store I play a lot of my stuff in now is very much like we have like bespoke terrain, and people make. We literally had this one lady just like recently show up for Trench Crusade, and then the next day she came back and she's like, yeah, I made a bunch of terrain and stuff, and I was like, well, shit, okay, there we go. This is a much nicer area because we get stuff like that, which is good. Oh shit, I never got the bottom of this guy's gun. Fuck, I can do that. I said, like, this is always the trickiest stage of mini painting, where it's like all these little bits. There we go. All these little bits that just need, like, you know, a tiny little bit of paint and some very specific angles, and I'm getting that. It's fine. Not the biggest deal. Yeah, Nerf Marines are nothing. I did have. I used to have like a dual cannon Nerf gun that was like, it basically fired these balls that were like this big and go like poop 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 poop, like as you pump it, it would alternate shots, and oh, I love that thing. It was great. I don't know what happened to it. Like, you know, I don't like super miss it. Like, it's not like, oh, there's shit of mine that I think like I wish I knew where that was at. Mostly when I went to college, I left behind like my Game Boy Advance and like my katana and a bunch of other stuff. Also, Goatman PS4, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the same iteration, to be fair. This is like I think this is just what all Primaris use, just like the same bolt rifle. I'm torn. Like, it's fine as a gun, but I don't like how long they are. I know this is like Games Workshop realism, but like I wish it was a bit more squat. But yeah, you go, man. If you did not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic of miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and today I'm working on the lads. Honestly, making pretty good progress on the lads. Oh shit, he's got like a little belt buckle I might be able to reach. I think I can get like a little bit in there. And then also, Beaker Valdenholmes, thank you for the follow. And welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? We're bitching about 10th edition terrain, and I'm glad it's gone. Fuck it. Now my LGS will be nice and beautiful, and everybody will hold hands, and things will be better. So yeah, you know, I'm for that little bit of 11th edition. I'm like, that's neat. Whether the game itself is any good, I don't know. But whether I will actually be playing this edition, I don't know. So what they do, there's like set area templates. So now it's like, what's the best way to let me simulate something? Hold on. Do I have like a loose magic card somewhere? Okay, whatever. So here's a paper towel. So now, like, all the terrain will use like the same footprint. There'll be like a long rectangle and a square, and then like technically, as long as your terrain has that footprint, you can kind of put whatever on top, and generally be fine. I think they have official ones also. You can do whatever the fuck you want though. The problem is like a lot of people really want their stuff to be like quote unquote legit, so they won't make their own, and they want to use the official tournament packets. Even if they're doing casual games, it's just what people are like. Oh shit, hell yeah, congrats on the new job. Are you at liberty to say what the job is? If you, I would like to know, but like, you know, if it's like a privacy thing or whatever, you do not need to say anything. But congrats though, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bit of orange on this bad boy. Emperor's 3rd edition Battle of War. Like I said, my oh yeah, hold on, let me show you real quick. I went to the shop today and got to work more on my 15mm Badab stuff. I've been painting these guys, like getting little eye bits and like little gun bits. They're always gonna look a little goofy just because of the scale. Oh shit, also ad break. But yeah, that's fun. That's still happening. So BRB, wah! And wow, welcome back, everybody. I have gotten a drink and stretched my legs and whatnot. Oh, I say they're goofy because 15mm scale makes them goofy. Like here's one. I like my little 15mm lads, but he's got the biggest, thickest shield and the biggest, thickest axe because I think initially the scale was meant for more like 6mm. But I love them. I love the lads. They're great. The goofiness with that. So hold on, let me scroll up to the acrylic panels. I'm okay with it. I like them though. Never got around to them. Well, I mean, you could still probably use those panels for something. Oh, that's fair. No, you're allowed to keep it vague, but hell yeah, congrats on your new job though. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I think Bad Ab's got a bit of like a couple reasons people are going back to it. One, you know, I do think lore VTubers and YouTubers and stuff kind of remind people it exists. I do feel like that there's like something interesting with it that like even like Vrax doesn't really have, and for me that's just like, you know, it's kind of an idealized little snapshot of like 40K where it's like it's a planet where a lot of stuff is going on, like an area where a lot of stuff is going on, but like there's not really any named characters really. I mean like when I mean named characters, I mean like you're not dealing with like fucking like, you know, Gilliman and Eldrad and like, you know, Abaddon and like, you know, all the big name ones, Grazgul. There's like 8 names that just kind of get cycled, but it's like, oh yeah, no, this is like an area where people like, I know the Battle War was mentioned in like a lot of like Huron Blackheart was around for a while, like way before the Bad Ab like Forge World stuff. But it's like, no, he got like time to like be a thing, and you got all these other chapters, and you got all these like other like you got like custom rules at the time and unique models. Like it was like you got a lot of cool stuff out of it, and I think like if that's something that you're missing from modern 40K, it's a really easy place to point back to and be like, no, that's what I wanted. You had it. It was there. Like every now and then, like I look up, there was like the there was that Tau campaign that got shelved when like Blythe, I forget how to pronounce that dude's name. When the Made Forge World guy died, that was about a bunch of Tau like raiding a Mechanicum world, and it was going to be a way to bring like a lot of like the Horus Heresy Mechanicum units into the Mechanicus for like modern day stuff, which was really, really cool. And like, you know, that just didn't really work out, and that's just not how they do shit anymore. But it's a shame because it's really cool, you know? Healthy amount of goofiness, exactly. How you doing, Lord Buns? How you doing? You watching the World Cup? No, yeah. It's one of those things that, like, I'm not a big soccer dude, but yeah, I forget, like, oh, you know, a lot of people really care. I don't mind though, you know, it's fun seeing people get excited for a thing, and like I like the friendly little country interactions that seems to keep happening because of it. I'm like, oh, that's nice. We are one big world after all. Yeah, I really need to do something to fix that gap. That'll be a later thing though. So yeah, I think Bad Ab is cool for that reason. I think that's neat, and I think that's why some people are like, you know, it's like I said, it's easy to point to the Bad Ab War stuff and been like, yeah, no, that's peak 40K to me, even if it's like, because like even there are people that like, you know, I never got to experience the like Bad Ab when it was new. 40K did not exist in my small piece of shit nowhere town when I grew up. I was looking for a hydrate. I could definitely use that. Sure. Bam. I am impressed your ability just to find like new night miniatures of named people continuously. Like this isn't being mean or anything. It's like legitimately impressive. Like I would like to like if you just line them up, you have to have like maybe like 100 like historically named figures in a row, and that's kind of like really fucking rad. Please say stop the cancel. I'll let you do it. I'll let you see how far this whatever the fuck you're bracing for goes. I'm gonna talk about no, I have not. All my knowledge of World Cup thing comes from my VTuber friends that are all about it. So like that's kind of like why I want to really like do more with this subsector project. What's worse than running with the scissors, scissoring with the runs? Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that so much. No, throw it away. Throw it away. Don't put it back in the workshop. Burn it. Burn it. I mean that's a cool way to go about it. Maybe even someday find like a museum that will just like take the whole collection and just be like sort of like Knights Through the Ages or whatever, or for like very specific areas. If you just do that, you're not wrong, but still. But like, and like, mind you, I don't have like the resources or the attention or like the everything that kind of made the Forge World stuff really fucking crazy and cool. Like, I would like to build some of that. That's why, like, when I'm doing a subsector thing, I don't want to use named characters. I don't want to, like, you know, I want it to be its own little contained section of the universe where people are like, oh, I could tell a cool little story here. And that's neat. It's neat. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I don't get why people are upset about that. It's like, Elmo's like, I like it when people play the fun game and I hope everyone has fun, and everyone's like, you go to hell, Elmo. It's Elmo. What do you want from Elmo? Do you want Elmo to make an informed soccer decision about what team to throw behind? It's Elmo. That feels bananas to me. I know people get really heated about soccer, and that's probably what's really going on there. But like, it's Elmo. It's Elmo. Don't be mad at Elmo for wishing everyone a good luck and have fun equivalent. I need to like scoot. I have my water dishes in like very specific locations, and I shifted them just slightly to be a little bit closer to me, and because that, it's thrown up, like it's thrown away my muscle memory. So things I want to do. I need to do a little dry brush on all the various. I need to do a little dry brush on all of the like little leather bits. I can do dry brush. I've seen some people just do like little. You just do like little lines and stuff on the sides. Like there's maybe I could do that. Let me try that with this guy's gun. I don't know if this is gonna work. We'll find out. We'll find out. We're real experiment hours. Okay, this isn't too bad. Kind of like you hit like a bunch of lines and you can kind of build like a worn, leathery look. I might need to add another color in the mix to kind of even it down, but like the idea is sound. And this does give me a little bit more control than just straight dry brushing it, so I'm okay with this. Elmo's hottest takes. Oh no. Real Elmo hours. In the back, fuck. This is like one of the few areas that, like, you know, maybe once again I tend to jump the gun a bit more for basing my guys, but that's fine. I'm like reaching like reasonably well behind there. Okay, that kind of like, maybe if I go like a bit more, just kind of like, oh yeah, actually if I kind of blend it a bit more, so it kind of like, it's got less, got just like a little bit in there. Okay. This might be, I might need to experiment with the colors a bit more. I'm already committed for like this couple bits, but like, so that was like way too runny. Fuck. Idea sound though, idea sound. 9 years old, damn. Like that's crazy impressive for a knight, because, you know, just like doing combat and then just dying at 90. I have to know what actually got what got his ass. Was it just like a peaceful, just like died in his sleep surrounded by loved ones kind of deal? Because if so, that's really impressive, all things considered. You backed the flag up. Oh. Now here's the thing. I think if you wanted like hot takes, I think you got to bring like, there are Sesame Street characters you could do that. I feel like if you brought like Oscar the Grouch and had him shit on A-Team, I feel like people would be like, Oscar, you piece of shit. Old peaceful in bed, hell yeah. Live in the, I mean, die in the dream, I guess. Still the dream, I think. There we go, there we go. And little mixed quality on the leathers, but like, you know, they look better now, and I'm sure once the enamel wash hits, they'll get a little bit more going on. I can also see that being like, or you know what you could do? I think it'd be funny if you did like oh, camera froze. You could do like a Bert and Ernie thing where like they're betting, like, you know, maybe not betting. I don't want Sesame Street to encourage gambling, but like, you know, they're rooting for opposite teams. I think you could do that. That'd be fun. That's pretty legit. Hell yeah. I don't know what my tomb's gonna look like, but I need to find a fancy place to get one. I watched Grouch World in a while. Did he get his own segment? That I was not. I mind you, I'm not like I'm not really abreast on Sesame Street rules news these days. I didn't know he's getting his own bit. I know Elmo's World's a thing. Didn't know Grouch World had one. There we go. I gotta get like really specific ratio, or if it's too watery, this effect doesn't really work. Oh, there we go. Had on VHS. Oh, nice. I watched Sesame Street when it was live, but I don't think my family ever had any. Like we had like tapes like Muppets. We had like the Muppet movies. There we go. That's the one movie night movie I've been kind of wanting to watch. There is a Muppet Wizard of Oz that I heard is really weird. I heard there's a Muppet Wizard of Oz that's really strange. Hold on. I need to see something real quick. I need to do a cheeky little Google real quick. Hold on. No, I try to see if Tubi had the Muppet Wizard of Oz. They have Wizard of Oz Dead Walk. The fuck is this? Hold on. When did this come out? Oh, I know this. Oh, this is one of those stupid things where like the license like, you know, like the copyright ended, so they just made a shitty horror version of it. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was like, oh, this is like last year. There's no like okay. And once again, I should clarify. I know Bad Movie Night has bad movies, but there is like a method to my madness. People getting together just to make like a shitty Wizard of Oz exploitation film is not what I'm looking for. It's too they know they're making a bad movie. It's too on the nose. Yeah, I like trash where the person either like set out to make something good and fucked up, or like, you know, they had like $7 and needed to make a movie. Anytime, like I think there was a recommendation for Cocaine Crab in the Discord, and that's not a movie we'll ever watch. I'm gonna be completely honest. That's not the garbage I'm looking for. Nobody who's making Cocaine Crab gave a shit at any level, and if they're not, I will not either. It's not my shtick. It's not my. It lacks the soul. There is a soul to bad movies that can be quantified very explicitly. And anything we have watched like one or two Asylum movies, but like a lot of Asylum movies are very much like I don't think we're ever gonna be watching the Haunted Bong on movie night. The closest we might get to that is like it would be kind of fun to watch Leprechaun Back to the Hood. Because I think genuinely everybody wanted to make that movie that was on board, and it was just like a weird, strange choice. I'm also fully willing to bet that I'm very arbitrary. But I find that like taking the lead of a horror franchise and doing weird shit like that, I find way more fascinating. silent He-Man movie. Did they have a He-Man movie? I know there was like an older He-Man movie, which fucking was like, it was definitely like they rented a street in Los Angeles and made a He-Man movie around it. I like how sometimes that's the genesis for a movie. They're like, why is this a movie? Oh, they had like a parking lot. The new, oh, are they behind the brand? There's like a brand new He-Man movie, which I don't know if that's any good or not, but I'm not super interested. Not super interested. Also had my heart broken after finding out from Bloom that apparently the new Deathstalker is just incredibly shitty, but not in a fun way. Which is like oh, that's tragic. That's unfortunate. Give him a little tarnished relic. Because I totally forgot about that. Oh, like have you guys heard of Ratatouille? Yeah, there's like a whole genre of like trick, like yeah, like Transmorphers. The whole genre of tricking grandmas into just like, oh, I got you the movie you wanted to watch, The Little Pinocchio, and you're like, oh no, what the fuck is this? Yeah, there's like a whole realm, and like there are some people that get their like bad movie kicks off of stuff like that, where you just really dive into like oh god, why? Why did you make this? Like an entire movie made just to trick old women. Can you imagine that? Like, I mean, I was about to say, can you imagine that? But I guess that's what a lot of AI Facebook videos are. They're just there to trick grandma into being like, I'm so sad. I was a baby born with -1 legs. That's right. I have less than 0 legs. I'm sad. Could you donate $5? And they're like, oh, you poor thing. Growing up with -1 legs must have been really difficult in Pittsburgh. Here you go. Like, oh god. It's tragic. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, grandmas are the weakest members of our society, and thus must be protect your grandmas, everyone, from the internet. Not, mind you, I'm sure some people have internet savvy grandmas, but a lot of them don't. Well, you don't. And that's fair. I guess we're also, a lot of you guys are at the age that, like, don't have internet savvy parents. My adopted dad at one point was reasonably savvy, and then just kind of went off the deep end a little bit. It do be like that sometimes. On the bottom, get a little bit on the side. I've got a little bit gray on there. Nothing super crazy. A little bit on there. Look how handsome the lads are looking. Like I said, I could probably glaze orange forever, and I would not be surprised if off-stream stuff like that. You say I hate wave. Oh, true. Yeah. How you doing? Pony? How you doing? Also, how you, Flame Lord? Oh, hell yeah. Welcome. I live in nondescript southern state. I won't say exactly where, but hell yeah, let's go. I'm currently working on my Armageddon dudes. The Rust Vultures. Definitely don't need to like add another layer to the eyes. Probably post enamel wash, but I do think the blue eyes is kind of nice. It's like a nice little refreshing little layer to that. Everybody loves nondescript southern state. It's great. We got all kinds of shit here, like Raising Canes and other things. No, actually, I'm very thankful. My state is very legit. I have zero complaints about it, honestly. I'm sure probably there's some things legitimately wrong with it, but my day-to-day life, pretty alright. I'm okay with it. Well, yeah, how you two nerds doing? I've not really tried this before, of trying to like do like these like little lines that kind of simulate like too thin, like worn leather. And unfortunately, it's like if it gets too runny, that effect kind of goes away. You need like enough paint just to do like a continuous streak. But it's fine though. It's fine though. Yeah, fellow South person. Exactly. I am a transplant though. I came from like somewhere in the north to somewhere in the south by the cover of night, apparently. Work around Twitch to see. Steal. Oh, let's go. Hey, I mean, that's the thing about our hobbies. Like, if anyone ever had questions on a technique, I would give that info out. I like, you know, I stand on the shoulders of giants. And really a lot of people who do mini painting do. It's nice. Especially considering that, like, if you trace like 99% of our techniques back, it's going to be some dude doing model trains. I'm going to be honest. The graybeards of train lore are the ones who have like a lot of, like, I know people have been doing like toy soldiers and historical stuff for a while. To me, it still feels like the train people are the ones who really got the hobby shit going on. Yeah, the true old heads. That's where, babe. Yeah. Just like we got barbecue. What color barbecue? Color. There's something in there. It could it be white? Could it be red? Who knows? I do like barbecue of every state. Yeah, I do a little bit. I watched Small Soldiers when I was small. I wasn't a soldier at the time. I've never been a soldier, but it's like, you know, it was. I remember at the time enjoying it. It'd be kind of fun, one of those things to like revisit as an adult and just really take it in, because I'm sure a lot of shit flew over my head. So how you doing, Charlie? How you doing? Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Oh, shit, hell yeah, you got a really busy week, but fuck yeah, let's go. Once again. Can I say I'm really appreciative that basically all the halbuds are like, yeah, we got jobs and significant others, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm so proud of you nerds. Hell yeah. It's great. Flamethrowers dreading on the Necrons. Hey, hell yeah. Good mix. I'm working on I'm working on the Armageddon box, and there'll probably be more from some of the other boxes later. I have like Leviathan Marines I need to do some shit with. Let's go. Got a stuffed ferret toy. Hey, that's all you need. That works. Oh yeah, you gotta get glue. Yeah, definitely get like plastic glue if you haven't already, because plastic glue on Warhammer models is fucking nice. It's so good. It's the fucking best. I don't really vibe with Tamiya extra thin as much as a lot of people do. I need my glue to be slightly thicker, but anything that comes in like a tube of plastic glue, I'm pretty down for. Oh shit, I just realized I never got any of the shoulder straps with this technique. Fuck, I should have did that. Well, that's fine. But yeah, congrats, yo. Hell yeah. On the sides and a little bit on the bottom. There we go. Oh nice, what you printing? These guys are legit models, but I have 3D printed a lot of bits because I like doing bit stuff. Also, Skyball, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Have a good night. I could do a bit more. Oh. A little bit right there. Back to this one later, and then start doing the. I wonder if the technique is gonna work on this. Like if I just kind of do like continuous, like little. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed. I'm gonna just make it like really distressed leather. I mean. It's also, if the paint gets too thin, it just kind of becomes liquid, which is not ideal. The flamethrower's been used. Oh yeah. That's like yeah, doing that like the burn on the edge of the flamethrowers is just like, it's a very good technique. Hell yeah. I've done that for a couple of guns before. It's been a while since I painted like a guy with an active flamethrower. I do have a bunch of the I have a bunch of the Infernus Marines from the Leviathan box. But right now, my actual current plan with them is I'm actually going to remove their arms and make them into like. So the box from this comes with veteran assault marines, but I'm like, oh, it'd actually be cool if I also had some like regular assault marines. Oh no, these are a custom chapter called the Rust Vultures, which is a homebrew one that we made on stream. Yippee! They're Imagine Marines that acquire gear kind of like Solid Snake does on a mission. It's a sniper Necron. Hey, let's go. Nice. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I've been enjoying them greatly. They're very fun lads. little bit on there. I also assume that once I get the enamel on this effect will probably look a bit more smooth. It's fine. And once it dries a little bit, it does kind of like not be nearly as stark, which is good. But yeah, I have a whole bunch of bullshit with it. But basically, this entire box is going to need to be painted. But let's go in there. So how you doing, Silverline? How you doing? Yeah. So that's basically the idea that I'm like they will use orc weapons. Like nothing crazy. They're not using like snaz guns and stuff. But like if they're in the protracted fight with orcs, they will pick up like orc shooters and choppas and use them. And like it was kind of fun. So it's like that blade comes from, I believe, either one of the orcs. The Gretchen also comes with like a big fuck ass blade in the Armageddon box. I definitely used a Gretchen blade on some dudes. And then this is just a grenade. It's hard to tell, but I purposely just like glued it to a grenade, so it's just like a little improvised shiv, which is kind of fun. The Marine chapter that will gank you in a dirty bathroom. Yippee! But yeah. I mean, I don't have any snaz guns. You know what I do have though? Hold on. So like ages ago, I had some orc commandos, and those were the ones that I was like, I'm never going to use these, so I chopped off the bits, and I turned them into chaos spawn. I basically mushed a bunch of chaos spawn and old bits I wasn't going to use, and just made 4 chaos spawn, which is great. 2 for Death Guard and 2 for Emperor's Children / just like word bearer stuff. And that left me with a container of their like big ass guns. So I do have some. For them, that's going to be the question of like how I will get that to work on a Marine torso, which I'm like not entirely sure yet. It will happen. I'm just still ruminating on it a bit. Do I have those out? I've been going through a lot more of my bits and like organizing them, but also like this is what I'm talking about for that like 5S's. I need like a cabinet system. I need to be like, okay, this is cabinet A. Anything I put in cabinet A, I need to write down in a doc that says it's in cabinet A. So if it's like, where are these bits at? I look at my doc and be like, oh, it's an A, and I just grab it. Like, I do think that that's where that system would actually be like really, really nice. I gotta maybe do that shit. Maybe that would genuinely be like a workshop upgrade in a way that's totally worth it. Get like another, like I said, just like with this mix, I can just sort of continuously layer on orange. I also do think kind of weird, like this is gonna sound like maybe cope, but like the kind of the more splotchy some of the oranges, I think the bit stronger it's gonna read is kind of worn. I could do like a little bit of weathering on like the bottom of the feet too and stuff like that. Just like a little bit of metal chipping. Like that might also be worth it at this stage. I don't know if it's going to show up or not. Oh, what? Okay, let's try a thing. I have an idea. You. No, let's get a more generic one. Let's get you. You're a guy with a gun. You're the most replaceable out of all my Marines. You're not nearly cool. I have this dark flesh tone, which is kind of like a dark, it's supposed to be like the base for like kind of like if you're doing sort of like black skin, but it's really like dark reddish brown, which is good. It's like a good variety. So what I could do is take a little bit of this, and just maybe do like just like a little, just it's him, Bolter Steve. I can maybe hit the edges up at this stage. Just kind of like create kind of like lighter chips. There we go. I know the more chipping I add to these guys, the more detail I'm gonna have to go back into later to handle this. But it's also like, you know, this will be worth it. There we go. Spice Girls. No, we're listening to Akatsuki Records. It's significantly cooler than Spice Girls, so yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's supposed to be. Yeah, gotta get that rust. And let's see. I have this dark aluminium. Let's give that a shake. Grab that, and I need a really thin brush just to make sure I'm not like accidentally over. Okay, this is like the thinnest. Oh, this is like a size 0 that's been fucked up, but like I think it's gonna work for this thing. Like really thin. Maybe go like. Okay. Okay. I don't know. It's like on one hand, it almost feels like a bit much. I could also try maybe ignoring the brown and going straight just to chipping. Like, let me try. I could test it on his foot. I can maybe just do like a little bit of like. Here we go. Oh, that's all good, bird. Have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Oh, actually, hold on. Get like a little bit around the edge of this. I think the big thing is I also probably the other option that I can try is sponging, but I need like the rougher sponge. Do I have a rough sponge? I had one at one point. That's a thing you can do. Fortunately, all my sponges are nice. Oh, hold on. No, this is too rough. I was like, I got this, but like, no, that's too much. I can leave that for now and maybe that might be also something because like, I do think in order to sell these guys as really scrappy, I don't think no, that's like some like packaging material that I've had kicking around. Effective slime. I've seen people do some cool shit with nail polish. I have not used it a lot myself. Okay, if I'm not going to do that, what's some other areas I could maybe touch up? Yeah, I could use like a really fucked up brush that has like a nice crazy point. I have some of those. Now this one's got like a bit of a controlled area, but is also kind of frayed at the same time. Nope. That did not work like it planned. Fine. Like rub that off. Nah. I know there's ways you can paint scratch effects. Like I might need to do it a bit more controlled. See, luckily I think with this motherfucker is like I can at least go back and this is also a good test. I take the gray. Maybe go back later and kind of smooth it out a bit. I actually don't. I think this is the wrong gray, but that's fine. Yeah, I might look into like I said. I know I have some brushes and stuff. I might just look for like, you know, I might just need to do a little bit of research. Because like on one hand, will this extend how long it takes to paint this entire army? Yes. And I know I did the kind of whole like, well, actually, you know, if it stops you from getting it finished. But I do think that these guys will really sell better if I can get like a good scratch effect going on. Like, where's the gray I was using for that? Bronze, it's a light gray, black, brown. I have a black, brown, and a black, gray. Oh, no. Black, brown, brown, gray. I used this color earlier. I'm going crazy. Oh, dark neutral gray. I set this aside. Mechanical pencil might work. I also know that I do have a rust. What's it called? I do have a pen, like one of those like metal markers that I could be using. Let me try this other gray to see if I can get bring back the OG color here. Well, maybe, yeah. I'm just gonna tidy this up. I think it was a good experiment, and luckily it's also nice that I can always just easily sort of wash over it. I may just get this whole fucking leg. There we go. Mistakes all covered up. Yippee! All right. What else should I be doing on these lads? Okay, there's okay, so this guy's got a little bit of a zone that could be covered up with some of that gray as well. Yeah, oh yeah, I think now the thing is I need to find these little areas. That needs touched up a little bit. This could use a little bit. Yeah, this is just doing a little quick pass, and then I'll do a little bit of research and later to figure out the secret sauce I really need to make chips and stuff look good. Luckily, I'm fairly certain. I know I've seen tutorials on this in the past and just didn't really take it in. But B, I know there's probably going to be a million of these. I'm pretty sure if I need directions on how to make Marines look extra chipped, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be feasting for days. This is a part where I don't understand what this is supposed to be. So I thought this is leaning out of here, but this is just a bit of the arm, a power cable, but kind of weird. I could maybe metal that up. Oh god, yeah, no, if it's stupid late, yeah, make sure to go to bed at a reasonable time and whatnot. It's all good, but yeah, have a good night, Pawnee, and take it easy. Yo. Thank you for stopping by. There we go. Okay, so if I make that metal, that looks not too bad. You got some side bits. Get another layer on that fucking thing. With all these little, basically it's right now the big thing is picking up layers that, oh, really bright. But not nice streaky way. I might have to fix that later, but that's fine. Also kind of I mean, the guns I might want to highlight in some way, but also there's also the guns also might be yeah, that every now and then they'll be yeah, I had a lot of fun. Also it's super duper midnight here. No, also how you doing, man? I don't think I gave you a proper hello. Yeah, imagine a British person watching a Warhammer stream. Isn't that weird? It's very strange. I do appreciate it though, but also I don't want anyone to absolutely fucking tank their sleep schedule to watch my shit. I do have VODs too though. If you go to YouTube, I do have VODs of literally everything from the last 2 years on there, so the info is backed up. What is that top of that? It's just not coding right. Or Swedish, my god. Yeah, but have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. God, I'm super happy the way these are turning out. Once again, I think there's a couple little things I can really do to bring them up to the next level. But at this stage, they look nice. I like them. I like them a lot. I like these very excellent lads. I also like that I've kind of made it so I can just sort of just casually layer orange forever. I could layer orange for. Fuck, I forgot. Okay, hold on. That's an area I forgot to do. I forgot to get the metal parts of his fucking bolt pistol. Tee. All right, we do the little this bits. The little muzzle bits, and then the mysterious back bit. There we go. I unironically, I was I've painted a bunch of different bolters of different, I don't really give a shit about doing a G-dubs cannon paint scheme, but I was what is sort of the intended paint sections? Because that, there's a lot of detail on these things. I might just figure out what would be good enough. to hit up. Got like a skull in there too. Look at that. Oh, there we go. There we go. Your British shock and horror. Oh, oh, I see. It was less like shame, and more like aha. I see what you're doing, fellow late nighter. Oh, fuck yeah! Let's go. Is it gonna be like one of those like really complicated, detailed horses with like all the fucking accessories and kind of like quilting and stuff on that? Like every now and then, some of like the most impressive minis I've seen are those like basically like Brett Knights and Brett Knight equivalents from the history that are like, yeah, here's a horse. It has more detail than you've ever seen on any animal, which is cool, mind you. That's a cool feature, but still. There we go. Let's have an armored horse. Fuck yeah. Best of luck with that. I'm sure you'll do great, though. Could maybe do some more metal on some of the gun bits. Oh, hold on. There's a really obvious little touch-up issue here. If a horse goes in horse tube. Oh god, yeah. There was a VTuber recently that was like, this is the most detailed model I've ever rigged, and poor lady had the rig straight up like an entire like glass chandelier on this woman's head. It was a very intricate design. I was like, no, that must have been hell. That must have been hell to rig. Must have been hell to draw, honestly. I think it was like 3 artists working together for one VTuber, which I don't think I've heard of outside of like, oh, I did this base model and then I went to this other artist for like an alternate outfit, and they might have like kind of worked together or whatever. Oh, I guess, okay, so it's not too bad then. Okay. I have like several, I don't think I've ever finished a cavalry model. Something about them just causes me to bounce off at some point. I got like Tully cavalry. I got my Conquest cavalry is still getting like scraped of like stuff. It's got a lot of crud from the previous owner that I'm in the process of just slowly working away. That'll happen one of these days. I did get enough. I could paint the what's it called? I could paint the priest. I could paint the priest guy. He's basically ready to go. So I could, if I wanted to next week, or maybe I will. I don't know. I'm torn. On one hand, I definitely want to, like, you know, I must do at least one Rust Vultures stream. I gotta. I know you could be like, "Oh, do what you want, paint what you want." You know, I want to get this done. I don't want this box to sit unfinished like every other box I've gotten. So I need to hit this at a steady enough clip. But I was like, I have some word bearers I could do, but I don't want to do a double marine week. I like painting the rats, but I might give the rats a week off. So yeah, technically the Theurgic Priest might not be a bad, like, hey, here's a little palette cleanser thing. That might be worth it. And like, he's basically built. I would need to maybe add like I need to glue his arm on and maybe do like a little bit of detailing as well. I gotta get back. Behind the knee pauldron is just nightmare and horror. Pretty good. Oh, that's yeah. Wargames Atlantic has been pretty good to me. I could even do a little bit of Quar, but I kind of feel like I want to hit up some other projects that I've had lingering. I got the Terminators. I could do Terminators. Might not be bad just because that just, you know, I don't know. I got options. I got options. Got options for fucking days. I really have not hit like the back of these guys' like feet yet. Look at this wedging on there. I did a moth mate. Actually, shit, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I might work on that. I've been meaning to. Because it's like, it's a big enough model that like, this is not, sometimes it's really weird. I'll work on projects and sometimes I'll be like, I need this project to be done to free up desk space. I'm like, this motherfucker is freeing up, needs to go, like get done so I could be like, oh, okay. This like 60 millimeter circle is now wrapped up and I can put it away in its box. And thus reclaim a little bit. Yeah, actually, that's probably a good idea. I'll probably work on that on Tuesday. That's not a bad Tuesday mini for sure. Thank you. I unironically forgot about him, even though I was looking at him like the other day, and I showed him on stream before. looking good, buddy. Could also do like a little bit of metal on like the little beepity boops. Got like the little, like, I guess like a comms pack, or I don't really know what that detail is. Like, I understand that Marines sometimes just have like strange, like little bits that don't really do anything. They're just kind of there. This guy needs a little bit of gray on the side. I can see the orange bleeding. But I'm like, yeah, I like, should that be? It's also funny because sometimes you'd be like, oh, this is a detail that probably should be painted. And you go check out the official site and you're like, nah, nobody ever painted that. Not even like the mini painting team. They're like, no, that's just going to be the same color as the rest of the Marine, but just like a strange little bit for reasons. Like, all right, Games Workshop, if you say so. They're your minis. You made them. I will follow your lead and ignore this piece of like weird detailing. Oh, fuck. How the fuck did that happen? It's almost like I was starting to do a rust effect there, but I don't think I did. I think this is just a paint goof. A paint goof. Leather's not looking too bad. I think the enamel is what's really gonna fix that up. You're looking all right, buddy. And these guys don't have magnets. That's the thing I need to remember to do after stream is like my Minotaur dudes do not, like, not all of them have magnets. They need magnets so I can move them around. I did that stupid thing where I knocked over, like, I really like the transport box I use very rarely. I've done this like twice now. I've actually knocked over the container. Yeah. I mean, that seems to be pretty common on Eldar models in general. You're like, there's a lot of shapes that if you felt inclined, you could totally make that. They were fine. Only one arm off of my Contemptors broke off, and that was easy fix. They're like, well, you know, if you like want to add some soul stones here, you could. We're gonna pick and choose. I guess that's better. I guess that's better if they do that instead of being like, here's a bunch of mandatory ones, or like, sorry, do you want soul stones? Sculpt them, motherfuckers. Like, sometimes that's valid. I think sometimes saying just to make that detail yourself is a valid design concern. You know, I had a lot of complexity in my model sometimes that is totally in my hands, and I like sometimes a blank canvas can be useful for something like that. So I can appreciate that a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, luckily the minis weren't too bad. I caught them in time too. I was like, oh! And they mostly just jostled. But yeah, no, God, I need to get me a fucking nicer heavy-duty mini case for Under the Dice Fest. Ooh. I also have to work on the project for that. That will be coming to a stream. There's absolutely no way I'm going to be able to have time to paint my Rusted Demon entry if I do not like do it on stream. As far as I can tell, I think you're allowed to stream yourself painting those and like making videos and shit. I don't know. If I find out that disqualifies me, so be it. Like, it's fine. Yeah, they got all the leg nubbins are like really weird. Like, there's like a little bit of like, I almost wonder if I need to go back to like the other orange and kind of like touch up some of the little bits. Definitely a little too dark there. And behold, let's take inventory of the lads from like medium distance. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Like I said, I think all of these definitely need more stuff. But once again, these are in that state of like, oh yeah, I could play these on the table and be fine. I could probably enamel wash a lot of them and be fine, but we'll find out. Like I said, I want to figure out how I want to do chipping and weathering, because I think that needs to be a thing. As somebody who likes a lot of Death Guard and Warren stuff, I haven't really figured out how to weather Marines well, and I'm gonna learn. But with that, let's go to the schedule. Yeah, thank you for coming, everybody. A lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. Schedule for what I think is going to be this week. Tuesday, I'll probably paint the Trench Crusade thing, the Greg Gorgonzola. On Sunday, I'm going to I might take a break from these guys to work on the Eradicators. Just to bring them up to a similar place. Maybe, because maybe they'll give me some time to work on them. I don't know. And then Thursday, I was thinking about doing some like tabletop game dev. I've talked about before that I've had ideas for like a one-sided narrative campaign system for doing like Chaos Marine stuff. And once again, I'm like, I need to stream that if I want that to be real. So I think I'm going to do that. It's going to be writing down some like rules and making a game, you know. So yeah. And with that, I'm going to cut the YouTube people loose. Bye, YouTube people. Bye. Thanks for coming. And who is Live Bread? Who's